We're resuming the game. Now, does everyone remember what we were doing? We started facing this way, which means I probably want to explore this spot first. We're in the shower room. Behind door 3. That's where we came in. Guess it's not locked, but there ain't really any point. All that's out there is the numbered door. Can't go back through the numbered door, even if we wanted to. You right. Those letters written in blood. LLR. It's so hard to resist making that joke. You think this might be some sort of dying message from Snake? No, that's impossible. You saw the body. You aren't doing anything after something like that happens to you. Then this, the way the blood's dried tells you it's real old. Whoever's blood this is, it ain't Snake's. And you're saying this blood was put here a long time ago? Yeah. It says LLR. The divider between the stalls, on the other side of this wall. No. I don't want to think about that. I really don't want to think about what's over there. Alright, let's see if anything happens when I turn you. Nope, nothing. Not even a drop. Is the pipe clogged? There's water coming out of the shower head. Let's see if... Shit, that's hot! Really hot! Man, that water... That water must be just about boiling. Well, now I know that really, really hot water comes out of that shower. Maybe I should just leave it alone for now, though. Some pipes. Why does the one on the right look different from the others, I wonder? There's a piece of paper tied with a wire. Notice, drainage valve operation. Please do not flush the water in these pipes. Doing so may cause the drain to overflow. It's a card slot. Come on, you know, for swiping a card. Nothing happens when I press these buttons. Well, it looks like the power's on. I'm wondering what the deal is with those things that say lock up there, though. I think we have to do something else before it's gonna let us enter a password. Maybe we have to disable those 2 things that say lock first, you know? Password is 4 digits. Well, maybe if you swipe those key cards here. You think maybe the 2 locks would open? Probably. If I swipe these cards here, I don't have a card to swipe. Still no love from the red light. Wishing doesn't seem to be a very effective way of getting lights to turn on. Alright. It's a thermometer. Can you get it off? No. It's screwed onto the wall. It looks like a card. Like a key card. I wonder if we can get to it somehow. I don't think so. It's too deep. I can't reach it. A drain. There's a blue card in it. Looks like the key. There's a key card in there, but I can't reach it. I already checked all 3 toilets, you know. Nothing unusual there. Toilet paper. It's toilet paper with some kind of red symbols on it. You think maybe that's a Cytale cipher? A Cytale cipher? The hell is that? Rip a piece of paper around a stick, then write several sentences on it so that the whole paper is filled up. Then you unwrap the paper, and you can't tell what the original message was, right? That's how it works, more or less. Then to decipher it, you have to You gotta have a stick that's the same diameter as the original one. Same diameter as the original one, huh? Yeah. Then you just wrap the paper around that stick and you can read the code. Cool. We wrap the toilet paper around a stick or something. Maybe. Seven said I should wrap it around a stick. Stack of toilet paper. A wooden box. There's something in here. Luminol! Woo! We all know and love Luminol. Luminol shows up once in every single game. The hell is this thing? Some kind of spray bottle? Oh wait, that's Santa. Sorry, I was reading that as 7. S. I read S and just carried on. There's something written on it. Can't read anything else. Label's all faded. Let me see that. He just grabbed it from him. That wasn't very nice. Oh, this is Luminol. You know, forensics guys use it at crime scenes. Oh yeah, that stuff that goes blue when you spray it on blood. Even if the blood's been wiped off, it'll still glow. It's luminol. You can use it to detect blood. A thick pipe that stretches down from the ceiling. A bucket. I won't. I already have, though. It's a tin bucket. Hey, Jumpy. Do you remember back in elementary school when you spilled all of our paint across the whole classroom? They made you clean it up, and all they gave you was a sponge and a bucket like this? Hey, come on now. Can't we just leave the past in the past? It's a tin bucket. I told you, Jumpy, it's a bucket! You could probably put hot water from the shower in it. Junpei reached for the broom, and as he grabbed it, he heard a soft voice from behind him. It was June.
The rabbit hutch.
Huh?
He turned around. June still looked sadly pale, but there was a smile on her face.
Oh, you just reminded me of it.
Give me a second, June, I'm adjusting my headphones.
The rabbit hutch, I mean.
How did I remind you of something like that?
Jumpy and the broom. You're always playing around with the broom in front of the rabbit hutch.
I was.
Don't you remember?
Junpei stared at the broom in his hand.
You mean, you don't remember that summer either?
She looked very sad. He shook his head.
Of course I remember. How could I forget something like that? It was terrible.
They were in the 6th grade. Junpei and June had been assigned to take care of the classroom pets, the rabbits. Their chief duty was to clean the hutches every morning. On the final day of school before summer vacation began, Junpei overslept. He rushed to school and found June standing in front of the rabbit hutches. Welcome back! No sooner had Junpei arrived than June began to cry. He had no idea why until he looked behind her, into the rabbit hutch. First thing he saw was blood. The hutch was filled with the dead bodies of the rabbits. Even after their teachers and friends came to see what the commotion was, June couldn't stop crying.
I just kept crying and crying until you came over. You held my hand, and you looked very serious, and you said, "Don't cry. I'm gonna catch the person who did this." After you told me that, I finally stopped crying.
Well, the real fun started after you quit crying. You told me we were gonna catch the killer together.
June smiled, and a little of the flush of life returned to her cheeks.
Then we decided that we'd ambush them.
Yeah, I remember.
The school also kept roosters and guinea pigs. Junpei and June had decided the murderer would likely return to finish off the rest of the animals. They would ambush the killer at night. Junpei and June hid behind the hutch at dusk and waited. It was a warm summer night. The quiet sound of crickets whispered through the air. As the sun went down, the stars began to wink at them from the sky. And June's, Akane Kuroshiki's face. That night was something Junpei knew he would never forget as long as he lived.
but the murderer never showed up. We waited for them all summer vacation, and they never showed up.
Yeah, but the animals didn't get attacked either. I think all that work amounted to something, you know?
He'd felt the same way, but it was good to hear her say it.
Although, you know, if you think about it, we were probably taking on a lot more than we could handle.
What do you mean?
She looked up at him, confused.
Oh, come on, we were just kids. If whoever killed the rabbits had actually showed up, they probably would have had a knife or something. I mean, you must have been pretty worried, right?
I wasn't worried. Because you were there with me.
She blushed furiously.
Well, you know, no one else wanted to take care of the animals.
Clearly embarrassed, she tried desperately to change the subject.
I was the only one who asked to do it at first.
Yeah, well, boys don't really want to bother with taking care of animals, you know?
Well, yeah, but you asked to do it after I did, didn't you?
If it wasn't the rabbits, they were gonna make me do something else. You know how that school was. I figured it'd be better if I was working with somebody who wasn't too much of a loudmouth, right? Somebody who wasn't gonna tell on me if I felt like blowing it off.
Really? That's why you volunteered?
Yeah, it is.
He nodded quickly and much too earnestly, and then looked away at something very important.
Really?
Of course.
That hadn't been the reason, of course. He had asked to take care of the rabbits so that he could be near June. But it had been so long ago, he couldn't bring himself to tell her how he'd felt back then. As did you want into blushing June. It would be embarrassing. He took a quick breath to clear his head, tossed the broom up, then snatched it out of the air.
Well, we don't really have time to be walking down memory lane like this, you know? We've got to figure out a way out of this room. Otherwise...
Yes. I'm gonna look over there.
June nodded curtly, then turned and walked away.
I should get back to it myself. Ah! That's right. The pool of blood.
Junpei turned around and looked at the room. At Snake's body. Chunks of flesh and organs still lay on the floor.
Going on and on about old times right next to a corpse? What were we doing? Well, maybe it was because we're in this mess.
Small. She is small. Despite such a situation, or perhaps because of it, the mind turned to the farthest thing from death that it could find. In this game, yes. You could say that Clover is small, but I feel like after Axe ending, you're like, nah. Still, Junpei couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt at wanting so desperately to live when Snake lay dead before him.
I have to survive, no matter the cost. I need to make sure she gets out too.
As he stared at the clumps of blackened flesh, all Junpei could think of was how much he wanted to live. No! It went out! I hate when it locks you in novel mode, because when it has those moments, it switches you out of novel mode. So I can't go back into it until I beat the room! Ugh. What are you doing with the broom? I'm waving it around, frustrated at life. Watch out, I might smack you with it. You know, if you look at it real close, you can see it's got these lines cut in that kind of spiral up the shaft. I don't see it. A broom. It has lines cut in it. What if I wrap the toilet paper around the broom? Oh, so you wrap the toilet paper around the broom, huh? Looks like the symbols line up perfectly. Says 634 plus. 634 plus. Cool. The dividing wall that separates the toilets. A shelf. There's nothing on it. This light bulb provides light for this room. It's a water tank for a toilet. seen a lot of OC guys try and hide a piece in something like this. Usually for a 187 or something. Guess they think it's clever. Don't know when they'll figure out everybody else thinks it's clever too. I mean, I know peace, but what's OC? Organized crime. What is that? Some kind of police slang? Huh? Probably. Huh? What did I say? Why does he look all sad now? That's not really important right now, guys. Let's just check it out, alright? Well, he's not wasting any time. Screwdriver! It's a screwdriver. We can unscrew things with this. Was there something we needed to unscrew somewhere? I can unscrew things! Intense. Amazing. Toilet's tank. There's nothing in it. Which means we can't flush it. Kinda hard to flush a toilet without water. I did not mean to hit the arrow. What do you think this is? Looks like tar. It's kind of sticky. I don't think we can just wipe it off. Doubt just pouring some water on it's gonna help much either. What about hot water? Hot water? If we had some really hot water, like boiling hot, then maybe that would wash it off. Maybe. There might be something in the tank, you know? Let's open that shit up. Red key card. It's a red card. Probably a key card. Remember if you saw a card reader anywhere around here? Yeah. Hot water would cause the toilet to crack. This is true. The tank where the red card was. Nothing here now. There's nothing in the toilet. There was. That would be gross. Oh yeah, you can see my mouse again. Right, you can see my mouse. Can you No, it's still not recognizing the game. Fuck it. Hey, Seven, could you turn on the shower? I'm gonna put the bucket under the head. Okay, sure thing. It's because I'm playing on Thursday. Yeah. Bucket filled with hot water. It's filled with water. Try not to spill it, okay? It's heavy. Okay, I'll carry it. If we dump this hot water over it, then we might be able to wash the dirt off. Oh, dirt? Dirt. Dirt? Washing dirt off? I thought it was something like tar. If I flush the hot water from the bucket, that should clean it up. Oh, yes, I need to put it in the top. Alright, so I just pour the hot water into this tank, and... looks like you filled it. Now you should be able to flush it, right? There's probably a handle somewhere on the tank that you can pull. Think so? Serious? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Alright, let's flush this hot water. Well, there it goes. Just like a toilet should work. Stuff's washed off. Looks like that writing was numbers. See it? 185 equals? What is this? Yummy. Just looks like numbers. The red light's on, Jumpy. Wait, you don't really think we're supposed to use the luminol here, do you? Yeah, it does seem kind of weird to use it here. But maybe I should try it just in case. Just like you thought, Junpei. There's some more letters showing up after the LLR. See? It says LOR, LRL. Left, left, right, left, right, left. Well, I did what it said on the wall. Wonder if it actually did anything. Hey, this drain's acting up. What the The hell did you do? I just messed with the valves a little. Nothing big. There must be water flowing through the pipe on the right. There's water pouring out of the drain. It's the blue key card. This is, the symbol for Mercury, isn't it? There was an elevator right outside of the big hospital room. I think that same symbol was on the card reader next to it. That's right. Guess that means we're not supposed to use this card in this room. Do you really think so? You don't think maybe we need it for this room and for the elevator? That's the blue key card. I don't really think you need to worry about the Mercury symbol part right now. There's water pouring out of the drain. Nothing else interesting here.
Hey, Junpei.
The thermometer was screwed onto the wall. That meant that Junpei needed to take the screws out with a screwdriver. While he was so engaged, Santa suddenly spoke. Hey, Junpei.
You know why thermometers only go up to 107 degrees Fahrenheit?
Junpei answered without taking his eyes off the screw.
No, I can't say I ever thought about that.
At 107 degrees, the cells in the human body start to die, and the organs begin to shut down. The proteins in your cells start to harden. It's like when you hard-boil an egg. Even if you cool it down afterwards, it won't go back to being a raw egg. In other words, it's dead. That's why thermometers don't go past 107. There's no point.
Why had Santa brought that up, Junpei wondered.
Oh yeah?
He continued to work at the screw. This is clearly one that displays things in Celsius, however. So it's...
But it's pretty rare for a fever to get that high. Even viruses and stuff don't usually drive the body temperature up to 107. Of course, there are other external things that could.
Like what?
Well, let's see. Something like getting locked in a sauna, or getting thrown into an incinerator and burnt to death.
Yeah, I guess that would get a little hotter than 107 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's hard to master, but it's always effective. Listen, look right, levitate, roll left. Junpei gave a short, barking laugh. A moment later, the screw fell off. Oh, sucker for love? I've seen a couple of people play it. With a small tug, Junpei pulled the thermometer off the wall.
All right, I got it!
He looked up and saw Santa glaring at a blank section of the wall.
Huh? What's up?
I don't think he liked your response.
Nothing. Forget about it.
Santa spun around and walked off away from Junpei.
What was that all about?
He angry. But as Junpei watched him go, he didn't look angry. He looked very, very sad. Okay, never mind, he's sad. Oh, you took the thermometer off. It says open at the bottom of the gauge. I wonder what it means. Maybe when it gets that hot, something will open? I mean, Hatoful is like an actual feeling, like, visual novel, dating sim. Sucker for Love is a little different from what I've seen. Danganronpa is a murder game. This is no murder game. Oh, you looked at my title. There you go. Alright, thermometer, let's get this party started. Yep, looks like that's doing the trick. There goes the gauge. And now it's at the open mark. Huh, it opened. No. What's this? Looks like there's a piece of paper in here. 957. 9 plus 7. 957 plus. That means you're supposed to add something into 957, doesn't it? It's not jumpy is great, but it's better. Okay. Well, yeah, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. Problem is what to add. 957. 634. 185. One 776. Great job, Jumpy. Both of the lights are on now. Now you just need to put in the password. Both lights are on. We should be able to enter the password now. What are these E and C keys? E means enter and C means clear, I think. 1775, right? What? Did I make it wrong? Did I do it wrong? Oh, it was one. Okay, I did remember wrong. Lamau. They started talking, so I forgot. It says open. We're free! 1776 will commence again. 1776. There, I said the name. Huh, okay. Outside of the shower room is a hallway that extended off to the left and right.
There's a large iron door at the end.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
I'm trying to figure out what order I go in. They'd moved a few steps toward the door when Junpei heard the sound of metal on metal.
Huh?
They turned around. Seven was doing something to the door of the shower room.
What are you doing, Seven?
Well, I figure maybe we might want to come back here sometime. So, I stuck the broom in there to keep the door from shutting. Alright, let's go.
With that, he stood up and began walking down the hallway. He brushed past Junpei and kept going. After a moment, the rest of them followed him. Before long, they found themselves at the large iron door. They had only been there for a moment when June spoke up.
Jumpy, look!
He turned. There on the right side of the hallway was a piece of paper attached to the wall.
What's up?
What's that on the wall there?
Oh, I think it's
A map.
a map of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor then. We'll have time to study it later. Let's keep going for now.
Junpei folded the map and stuffed it into his pocket.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
They nodded. Santa nodded back and threw open the door. All four of them leapt through.
What the?
You're shitting me.
It took only a moment for them to realize where they were.
We're back.
They had been there only a short time ago. The big hospital room, filled with countless beds. Right? Okay, yeah, there's gonna be some reading and then we're beelining down this. I may go here just so we can get this one unlocked. Because this is just like you have the choice to go this way, but if you choose door 3, you're forced down this route. But I don't like this. I don't like the question mark. Maybe I won't, maybe I will. Who knows? Lotus and Clover looked up as they entered. Ace was there as well, although he looked as though he had only just woken up.
Clover! Lotus! And Ace! I'm glad you're all okay. Lotus? What are you...
The moment they spotted Junpei, Lotus and Clover headed straight for him. As she neared him, Lotus drew back her hand and slapped him, open palmed, across the face.
How could you do this to us?
Her face was furious.
Yeah.
She grabbed Junpei by the collar and shook him violently. Clover didn't touch him, but the hate in her eyes was no less potent. It was Seven who stopped them.
Knock it off! We got bigger shit to worry about right now.
His deep voice echoed across the massive room. Lotus glared at Seven, but let Junpei go after one last vicious shake.
What?
Go have a look. I stuck the screwdriver in the door. That door over there, the one without a number. As long as the screwdriver's there, it can't shut, so you can get in there. There's a shower room past there. I stuck a broom at the door there too. Anyway, go take a look.
Wait, then you're saying we can go in there without passing through the numbered door?
Yeah, that's about the size of it.
Wait, what the hell is in there?
You'll know when you see it.
Fine, let's go.
Lotus and Clover looked at one another for a moment, then nodded and stepped through the door. What happened, Theta? By then, Ace had made his way to them, moving with the stiff, shuffling steps of someone who has only just awoken from a lengthy slumber.
My goodness. I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
Ace shook his head weakly.
Should I go as well?
Dang. I have dropped some frames, but I don't know. It might be just a Twitch thing.
Yeah.
Seven nodded.
Very well.
Ace followed Lotus and Clover with his stiff, tired gait. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time it put him on edge. Yeah, it might be. I'm just, like, wanting to make sure that it's, like... Sometimes Twitch does stuff. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the Ninth Man was.
There we go. So this is the same. There was a time where I lost a bunch of frames and nobody said anything. Of course he was. That was obvious.
But I don't...
Zero was somewhere on the ship, but Junpei had no idea where. Junpei mumbled to himself, lost in thought.
Where could Zero be hiding?
Suddenly everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again he heard the ghosting moaning noise, and moments later a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. To tell us that she thinks Zero is one of us! Oops, sorry.
Here we go.
They stood in front of the elevators next to the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen. Between the two elevators was a card reader with the Mercury symbol engraved on it. Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury keycard.
Oh, that's the...
Yeah, I found it in the shower room.
Oh, I see. It's got the Mercury symbol.
Agree with her theory. Still kills us. Yeah. Took a deep breath and slid the card through the reader. It made a small beep and the lights on the reader blinked to life.
Now we can go.
7 people, including Junpei, climbed onto the elevator.
Looks like there's only 2 floor buttons working.
C and bottom.
The rest were destroyed or did nothing when pushed.
Time to head down then.
Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward. Sometime later, all 7 of them stepped off the elevator and onto the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end. But not a regular dead end.
This is a numbered door.
Yeah, it's door 2.
Immediately, they began to discuss who would go through it.
So who should go through the door this time?
We don't need to be discussing who we're leaving behind this time, right?
Right. It's set up so we'll be able to meet up again once we get through the numbered doors.
Then there's no need for arguments at this point.
We should figure out who's going in first.
Very well. Would anyone like to volunteer?
I'll do it.
The first to speak up was 7.
I'll go too.
Then I suppose I need to go too then.
Junpei followed suit, which meant Lotus was, by default, the 3rd member. 5 plus 7 plus 8 equals 20. 2 plus 0 equals 2. Blah, blah, blah.
All right, we're taking off.
Okay, please be careful.
Jesus. You 2 are acting like you're married, you know that?
Oh,
June blushed. So did Junpei.
Don't be silly. Cut it out.
Perhaps in an attempt to hide his emotions, he quickly turned away to pull the lever on the red. The door opened. As they'd come to expect, there appeared to be a short hallway on the other side.
All right, let's go.
Lotus was the first through the door.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
7 was next, and Junpei brought up the rear.
Where the hell is it this time?
I don't see it!
Oh, there it is! It's right there!
Fortunately, it took them only moments to find the dead. It had been placed just inside the room, right next to the numbered door. They gathered around it and quickly scanned each of their bracelets.
It stopped.
Yeah, it stopped.
Words. Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. 7 and Lotus were breathing hard and fast.
Man, I'll never get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
Damn right.
All right.
Junpei looked around again.
This hallway's pretty short, but it's got 5 doors. 3 on the left, and only 1 on the right.
Don't forget the last one at the end of the hall.
But it's got a metal plate over it, so I doubt we're gonna get anywhere that way.
After taking a look around the room itself, 7 spoke.
All right, let's get started. I think we'd probably better split up. You 2 okay with that?
Yes, no problem.
Sure thing.
Then I'll take this first one.
7 nodded to them and stepped into the room closest to him.
I'll try the one next to it.
At last, Junpei was left alone.
Well, I guess I'd better get started too.
He looked intently at the remaining 3 doors. Confinement room. think there's anything going on with the sink. The faucet is too hard to turn. It's a blanket. Not a really great one, but still. It's like I'm gonna see a ghost in here or something. What's the deal with the lighting here? There's just this one beam of light. The rest of the place is too dark. I can't see anything. There's no way we can explore the rest of this room. Toilet paper. It's still wide enough for me to know what it is, even in the dark. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it. What's this? 14 equals E? Probably means a 14 somewhere represents an E, but I don't know what 14 that would be. No matter how hard I pull on this damn thing, it won't budge. Guess I won't be opening this anytime soon. Doesn't look like there's got a keyhole, and there doesn't seem to be anything stopping it. No! Just a simple chair over here where the light doesn't shine. Ugh! Same result. Okay. Emergence! Emergence. Maybe it means we need to emerge out of here. Did you do something with these tiles to open the door? Probably. Hello! Somebody made some wavy blue lines on this mirror with blue paint. Is that a drawing of a blue scarf? No, maybe not. There's a knob on this. There's no knob on this faucet. The drain is kind of a weird shape for a drain. You think they made it that shape for a reason or just for fun? This wall, is this supposed to be some sort of partition? What do they think this is? Privacy is important for these things. Well, it's not like you're gonna use it, Lotus. At least the guards couldn't watch you drop below. Heck, it's better than being totally exposed, right? It will be the submergence room. I didn't mean to leave, sorry. It's just hanging from the wall. Well, if we're pulling the string, then it must be a toilet that flushes. A moon? What a filthy, disgusting moon. Yeah, it's pretty filthy, but it's a precious hint. Let's remember it, alright? This paper seems to be pretty old. How the hell can you touch that? It's horrible. Well, it's not like I've really got a choice, do I? It's not like I want to. Half-used toilet paper? Well, it's old and kind of grossing me out, but there's nothing suspicious about it. That bed looks cold. Pretty sure you'd freeze to death in the winter. No kidding. If I tried to sleep here, my skin would dry out in no time. Well, it's not like you're that young anymore. That shouldn't really My, Junpei, aren't you lucky? It seems you'll die before you have a chance to grow old and hideous. I'm sorry. You're right. Dry skin is a woman's worst enemy. This cloth has some sort of design on it. Oh, this is pathetic. Looks like a towel. I have to wonder if the design means anything, though. Maybe you should consider what the design might be. Perhaps that'll give us a hint. This looks like a chair for prisoners. It's rusty, but I don't think it's going to be a lot of help. Isn't that obvious? Look, I don't want to touch anything unless I have to. Lotus is not having this. Does she really not want to be in this room that bad? It's a really old chair. This is a very simple desk. It looks like it was made from leftover scrap wood. There's nothing in the drawer. Yeah, something's not right, though. The handle on that drawer doesn't really fit, you know? It just looks messy. Why don't you take it out? So there's a mirror on the other side of this drawer. Interesting. Kind of an odd shape, and it looks like someone attached the handle with a screw after the fact. Oh yeah, huh. There's a mirror on the back of this drawer, and the handle is weird. It looks like the handle was attached with a screw. The hell is this supposed to be? Double homicide trial? Oh. What, like drawing of a whirlpool or something? Well, if I had to guess, I'd say it's trying to look like water. It's a tile. There's a tile stuck in the drain. There's a little tile in the drain. Doesn't look like we're gonna be able to pull it out of there. Might have to use our heads on this one. Alright, let's figure this thing out. Looks like the water doesn't work. Doesn't matter how much Seven turns that thing, no water's coming out. Has the water been shut off from somewhere else? There's a partition here. Maybe it's for privacy? Hey, this handle's pretty loose. Loose? Think it'll come off if you pull on it? Fell off. Huh, look at this. That handle doesn't really fit on the string. Maybe it wasn't meant to be attached to it. Handle? He's still carrying the drawer. Remember. What was the object that he put in his pocket that I was like, okay, I didn't know your pockets were that big, but okay. It was earlier on. I don't know. I don't remember if it was yesterday, but there was something that he said he put it in his pocket, but given its design and size, I was like, I don't think that fits in your pocket unless you've got a pocket big enough to fit a water bottle in it. But it may be Silent Hill Origins rules, and you can just put anything in your pocket. Oh god, I think I actually know who you're talking about. Cello dangerous. You do love Silent Hill Origins pockets. Take a look at this handle. The inside of the hole's threaded, like you're supposed to screw something in there. You've seen anything that might fit in there? Maybe? Symbol on the toilet, huh? Seems a little fishy to me. It's a sun symbol, but it doesn't look like the ones on the doors. Murdo. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I think the reason why they're doing that is because that's what got him arrested. They don't really actually have much evidence on the murder. But they want to make sure that they can get him for at least one thing, so they're doing the thing that's, like, more information on, I think. I don't remember. Fisk knows more, because she's been paying more attention to it. I don't think I'm gonna need this tube. Oh. Well, this part is thinner than the rest. In fact, this doesn't really look like it's part of the rest of this thing. This rod feels loose. Maybe if I give it a couple of turns. There we go. Screwdriver shaft. Hey, this is a screwdriver shaft. It's missing a handle, though. Even if we run into a screw it fits, we're gonna have a hard time with it without a handle. If we can find a handle, maybe then it'll do us some good. I have an idea. Look at this drawer! It has a mirror on it! Look at this towel! These are for old ladies! Why specifically old ladies? I feel like I've seen that design somewhere before. Maybe I'm just losing it. There's a dirty blanket on the bed. Man, this is a mess. It's not even a bed anymore. I didn't say I'd want to sleep there. Chair's pretty old. If Seven sat on it, it'd probably break. Huh? You say something? Nothing at all. The reason why he's on trial is because they died really suspiciously, and I don't know. I just know that in order to avoid getting arrested, he called a hitman on himself, so he's clearly guilty of something. But yeah, let's not talk about it too much anymore. They're just doing, I guess, they're just doing the due process. This chair is totally old. This thing's really simple. Is it really a desk? Well, of course it's gonna be simple. I mean, it's probably like that so we don't try and use it as part of the puzzle, right? You probably use a desk to write letters to your family or something, but this is a boat. I'll bet the only thing they used this for was eating off of. Oh, what the hell? It's not opening. There's something up with this drawer. I don't trust it. Yeah, maybe it's the screws in the top. Excuse me for a second though, Seven. I need to go back to where Lotus is at and show her all the things that I found. Like this. Look at this. Junpei, you're gonna have a hard time trying to unscrew anything with a screwdriver rod. You'll need a handle if you want that thing to be useful. Well, look at this then. There's a hole on one end of it, isn't there? That probably means something goes in it, wouldn't you say? And the inside of this hole. You see? It's threaded. Like you're supposed to screw something into it. Amazing! If I just stick this metal rod into the handle, I make a screwdriver! Oh boy! And now you can see my mouse because the game capture wasn't working, so you can see what I do in order to make it spin like that. Ah, so it's a Phillips screwdriver. We can tighten or loosen any screw we find, as long as they're Phillips head screws. Ah, shoot. I was hoping we might be able to tighten 7 screws a bit. I think I'll tell him you said that. This'll be fun. Don't tell him, Lotus. Hey, Seven, look at this screwdriver I found. Thank God it's the right kind of screwdriver for that screw. Awesome, we can totally use this. Damn, the screwdriver looks like a soldering iron. You think it's some sort of industrial grade screwdriver? Guess that doesn't really matter. Anyway, so long as we've got this thing, we can unscrew any Phillips screws we run into. I have freed the knob. Hey, did you break it, Junpei? No, dude. Seems kind of weird to have a handle on a wooden drawer like this. This handle looks like it should be a handle for that faucet. The faucet already has a handle. Maybe it goes somewhere else? Drawer with a mirror on the back of it. Don't think it'll do us any good here. Well, you use a mirror to reflect things. Can you think of any other uses for it? Well, if you asked Lotus, she'd probably tell you it'd be real shiny and pretty if we broke it. Honestly, I might just go over and show it to her to see if she actually says that. Now we can open the drawer. There's nothing in here. Oh, maybe the drawer is what we need. The drawer, huh? Alright, let's yank the thing out. Desk drawer. Oh, there's things in the back. It's a bump on the back. Wonder what it's for. Maybe there's a hole somewhere and these bumps line up with it and trigger a hidden switch or something. Hey, we've seen weirder stuff. Doesn't seem that far-fetched. This is true. Anyway, farewell. Lotus! Look at this desk drawer. Junpei, what's that bump behind the drawer? Don't ask me. Oh, don't boys love that sort of thing? I just figured you'd know. Did she just say something that sailed over my head, or is she just reaching really hard? If you take the handle off, it's just a big mirror. Usually you'd use a mirror to reflect something, but I can't see how that would help us here. What else can I do with it? Well, it'd be really pretty if we shatter it! How did he know? Well, that came off easily enough. Looks like a faucet handle. Yeah, it seemed a little weird to put it on a wooden drawer like this. I'm sure they made it look odd on purpose. With a shape like that, there's only one place it could go. Except we're gonna do desk drawer and put it in here. Do we find out everyone's real name? No. Unfortunately, via a lot of different messages, we don't know Seven's name. And honestly, I think he's the only one whose name we don't learn. Which is kind of sad. We were supposed to, and he gave a joke answer once, but obviously his name is not the same as Lady Gaga's, so... But, I know you learn Lotus's through tweets, and the game actually gives away Snake's real name. And then for, like, some of the other characters, they're plot reasons that their names get revealed. But I don't think Snake's name is explicitly revealed unless you got those interactions where he reacts because he thinks you're saying his name. Sounded like something falling. What was that? I heard it too. Let's open the drawer. A tile! What is this tile for? Red, blue, gray, several lines in each color. What does it mean? Your guess is as good as mine. Alright, now, ooh, knob. On the sink handle head you go. Sweet, the handle I got off that drawer fits onto the faucet perfectly. Now I can turn the water on. Junpei, what are you doing? It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I'm running the water. I can see that. I'm asking you why you're just letting it run like that. Think about it, Lotus. This faucet didn't have a knob when we found it, right? What do you mean? Just watch. Anytime now? Hey, water's filling up. Doesn't that just mean the pipes are clogged? Whoops, let's turn it off for now. So, did anything change? Water stopped flowing. Thank you, Mr. Obvious. Ugh, Junpei, I'm leaving this one to you, alright? Is the drain clogged? It looks like a lot of the water isn't draining out of the sink. The sink is totally filled with water. Excuse me, I must return to my friend Seven. Hello. Take a look at this tile here. See, if you look real close, the three red lines here are on top of the other ones. Red lines? Yeah. Tile with 3 lines in it, huh? Junpei, I was thinking. Red lines on the top. Doesn't it look like a 14? 14, huh? Yeah, I guess it kinda does. Junpei put the wet tile into his pocket. He was about to turn away when there was a noise behind him.
What the?
He spun around to see Seven kneeling on the floor. His face was rigid and pale. Droplets of sweat covered his forehead.
Hey, what's going on? Are you okay, man? You're sweating like crazy. Are you alright?
He was concerned. He'd never seen Seven like this before. Slowly, the other man lifted himself to his feet on shaky legs.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just got a little dizzy, that's all.
His face was pale and his breathing was heavy. Sweat was pouring off his face and staining his shirt.
That's definitely more than just a little dizzy. Are you sure? You don't look so good.
I kind of wish we did learn Seven's name, but I'll probably go into it more when we get to the second game, but this game did really well for what it was. And then corporate was like, make a sequel, and he's like, cool, it's in the works. And he presents his idea, and they're like, we don't like them, change things. So in order to get what he wanted, he wrote an entire plot device and made the game about said plot device along with the main story that he wanted to do, because they told him no. And it makes the story drag a lot. It's a good twist, but oof. Seven didn't answer. Half of his face was twisted, as if distorted by extreme pain, and his eyes were glazed. Finally, he spoke.
What am I doing here?
Basically, what you need to understand right now, in this moment, is this game did really well. The sequel is in the works. Corporate meddling occurs. The sequel does not do nearly as well as the first one, and it is only because of overseas fans constantly like, we want a third game, that Spike Chunsoft was like, sure, you can have your third game. Because technically, after the second game, nothing for this series was happening, because Spike Chunsoft saw the sales for Virtue's Last Reward and were like, no finale. You don't get to finish your trilogy. But Western fans were like, we love this game. Make third game. I need my answers. And he presented all that to Spike Chunsoft, and they were like, alright, fine. And then it did really well. And then this came out. The Nonary games. A re-release of both 999 and VLR smashed together for the PS4, PS Vita, and PC on Steam.
Huh?
His words made no sense. But yeah, this game's trilogy was almost not a trilogy, because the second game did not do very well in the eyes of the producer.
What are you talking about? We opened the number 2 door and walked in here. Don't tell me you forgot.
No, that's not what I mean.
But I still love this game. I love this entire series quite a bit. I like, it's this game, Zero Time Dilemma, and then VLR in terms of my scale of most favorite to least favorite, but it's also only between 3 games. So it's kind of hard to score them. Zero Time Dilemma it's charming, but it's got a lot of jank, and even then there are still a lot of things that ultimately didn't get answered that were going to be answered, that the questions were left behind for in VLR before ZTD got axed for a little bit. He shook his head several times, as if trying to clear something from it.
It ain't much, but I think some of my memories came back.
This is the only game in the entire trilogy that uses 2D character stills. The jump to 3D was a rough one. ZTD's models are not nearly as limited in scope as VLR's, but their walk cycles are... There's something. No, it's beautiful, yes. It's absolutely beautiful. It's such a charming experience watching them walk around, and there are just some interactions that are really, really funny. Like, there's a lot of creative freedom to fill in answers, because it basically just gives you the keyboard and was like, type in the name that you think is the thing for this. And if you're wrong, you die. Like, there's a scene where one of the characters is held. I won't describe who's who in the scenario, but there's a scene where somebody gets a gun and is holding another character at gunpoint and is like, "Tell me who killed this person," and you can type in the name of the dog that's in the game. Gab did it, and he's like, "That doesn't even make any sense." Boom! Shoots him with the gun, and it's like, why did the game let me say that it was the dog? I played on the 3DS. The first time I played ZTD. It's, I don't know, it's not supposed to be funny, but it's really funny. A character dies because he tells the guy holding the gun that the dog killed someone. And we're not talking about like a big dog. Gab is a little dog. We love Gab, but the fact that you can say that Gab is a murderer and the game is just like, that doesn't make any sense. It just is like, it lets you type that in, you just like fail the thing and die. It's just so funny to me.
I think I've been here before.
Anyway, Seven is having a revelation.
Huh?
I said I've been in this room before.
You were here? When? Why?
Aoi. Like, Nona.
Suddenly, Seven was mumbling to himself. They were words Junpei didn't understand. Seven's hoarse voice trailed off, and Junpei couldn't make out what he'd said.
What the hell was that?
Seven's brow furrowed furiously, and he ground his teeth back and forth.
It's right there. I feel like I'm this close to remembering everything, but I just can't.
Seven stopped, frustrated. He pulled his hat off and ran a hand through his hair. Then suddenly he looked up, his eyes wide.
That's right, an experiment. There was some kind of experiment going on this ship.
An experiment? What sort of experiment?
They were trying to control people. Or something like that.
What the hell are you talking about?
Junpei didn't know what to make of Seven's story. Instead, he simply stared as Seven continued.
Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were in the experiment, I mean. I think there were 4 or 5 more, but I don't remember all their names. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, Seven began to mumble to himself and wander aimlessly about the room. I didn't start reading what Seven said, not the... Shut up. I didn't make a mistake. He looked confused. So far as Junpei could tell, the man was simply rambling, and there were odd twitches to his movements.
Experiment. Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Those kidnapped kids. Was I working that case?
Seven continued to mumble to himself about things that meant nothing to Junpei.
Huh?
Junpei didn't have any answers for him, of course. He couldn't understand what was happening to Seven. All he could do was wait. After a few minutes, Seven finally stopped.
Wait, under this bed.
Seven said some names. They were important. It's okay, Feta. He crouched down and looked under the bed. His face registered mild surprise, and he began to mumble to himself again.
The home's gone? No, maybe it was a different room. There's gotta be a ton of rooms on this boat that look just like this one.
You saw light, and you chose to ignore it. At last, Junpei could contain himself no longer.
Hey, what exactly do you remember? Maybe you could stop talking like a crazy person and tell me what's going on here.
Seven stood up slowly.
Well, it's not like I really remember everything. I've only got bits and pieces, and they're scattered and don't make much sense.
I don't care. Tell me the bits and pieces then.
Junpei could feel it. Whatever Seven had remembered, it was important. Very important.
Okay.
What a bad level of joke. Seven drew a large, muscled hand down across his face. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he spoke.
From what I can remember, I think I was a cop.
A cop?
Yeah. I was looking for that group of kids that got kidnapped 9 years ago. You remember that, right? It was all over the news.
Yeah, I was still in school.
You know what? Fair. You're right.
I don't remember all the details, but I do remember some of it. I think it was a bunch of kids right around my age. They all just disappeared. Nobody knew why.
By the way, I have dropped some frames. I have dropped exactly 777. What a fun number.
It was all over TV and the newspapers every day. So you're saying you were investigating it?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I guess I found something. There was this medical company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals that had something to do with those kids.
Not 999 frames. No.
After I figured that out, I managed to get some information out of somebody who worked for them. I think it was...
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Yeah, that had to been it. That's why I went to the wharf. From the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many of them were carrying large bags. The bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding, my gun already in my hand.
Don't move.
I felt metal touch the back of my head.
Drop the gun.
He kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. I did what he said and laid my gun on the ground. Then suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle.
A drug?
That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it. Shit, my head hurts. Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink, a toilet with no privacy.
I'm gonna put this on auto while I drink water.
I'd seen
My
it countless
throat
times
is-
as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but...
That's me nodding,
Won't
by the
open.
way. When my ears
Not
twitch
like I
like that,
expected much else. Would be dumb
It's
enough
me
to put me in
nodding.
a cell and leave it unlocked.
I can't actually nod. Especially if I do it quickly.
Threw myself against the door a
So
few
that's what you
times, but
get.
it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed and sat down.
It's my
I
eyebrows.
sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long.
My eyebrows move a lot, even subconsciously, so.
Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying.
There's your secret. Like
But
how
I
my
could
tail
hear
only
one.
moves with my head position.
It was pretty high. Probably a little kid. Huh? No, it was several. I hear 5, or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it.
Good choice.
No, that's not it.
Mm-hmm.
Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over. And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate.
Ooh, that's a tough
I
one.
dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit,
You can't go wrong with bacon.
but
unless
I
you
knew it in
burn
my
it.
gut. This was where those voices were coming from.
Like my mom tends to do.
Hold up. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids.
Well, I
checked
had
out the
to-
metal grate.
I had to put it out there.
Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it.
That she tries to make the bacon crunchy. Because she likes crunchy bacon. But then she turns it into charcoal.
Yeah! How do you like that, you son of a bitch? I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside.
Well, I like crunchy bacon. I just don't like charcoal. At least not to eat it. Junpei waited for Seven to resume his story. The longer he waited, however, the clearer it became that Seven had no intention of doing so. He had gone silent and simply stared off into the air, his eyes blank.
Hey, what happened after that?
He'd waited long enough. But Seven shook his head.
I don't remember what happens after that. I think I found some kind of door out of the duct. And I think I found some kids, too. Not good. Why can't I remember what happened next?
Ah, man, what happened to the kids, Seven? Did you save them?
I don't know. I don't know if it was me. I've got this feeling. I think one of the kids died. A girl, I think.
Huh?
Deep in his heart, Junpei felt something very cold. Seven's head dropped, and Junpei saw on it a look of sadness, the likes of which he had never seen on the man before. The large man's eyes blinked rapidly, as if he were fighting back tears, and he swallowed hard. My mouth. That's why sometimes it sits open, because I move my lips too quickly for my camera. His sigh was like the melancholy setting of an old, abandoned building. He shook his head and spoke.
Anyway, just please don't ask me anymore, okay? I really don't remember anything else.
After that, Junpei could hardly try to force any answers out of the other man.
It's fine. Don't push yourself. Going by what he said?
Oh, sometimes? Yeah, because it's my mouth moving, I mess with my hair. I play with my hair, I'm sorry. I need to stop doing that, though. Because it makes that particular strand of hair really oily really fast. Junpei left Seven to pull himself together and instead began thinking everything over.
The children who had been kidnapped 9 years before? Apparently, a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals had been behind it all. They'd taken the children to the same ship we're on now. They'd been brought here for an experiment. Seven said it had something to do with controlling human beings. The 16 children who had been kidnapped were the subjects. Seven had said 3 of their names were Aoi, Light, and Nona. I think that's all I got. Oh, and Seven is, or was at some point, a cop. I can't really use any of this information anyway. I didn't learn anything about the nonary game or Zero. Why were we brought to the same ship where they'd done those experiments 9 years ago? And just what the heck is this about controlling human beings? That's nuts. Did they really conduct an experiment like that?
Before long, Junpei realized he had spent quite some time deep in thought.
I don't have time to just stand here thinking. I need to get moving.
Junpei shook his head quickly to clear it and returned to his investigation, thoughts swirling in his mind. Bye! Oh yeah, we can probably use this mirror to reflect the light. Now I just gotta figure out where to reflect the light. Maybe if I go somewhere that's a little easier to shine light on. So I shine this light on the mirror in the back. I get it. If I shine the light on a mirror, a symbol appears. The left side has a sun and the right side has a moon symbol. I'm gonna remember this. Okay, sun then moon. And I shine a light on the mirror in the back. Is that a number? So if I shine light on this mirror, then I get to see some numbers. I can see 4 on the left and a 7 on the right. 4 and 7. 4 and 7. The only thing you can manipulate in this room is that string. Chances are they made this puzzle so someone wouldn't trigger it by accident. Did you just hear something? I did. It doesn't look like anything's happened here. Huh, wonder what that sound was. There's that sound again. It happens whenever I pull that string a couple of times. Junpei, did you hear something from the other room? The other room? You mean from the dark room? Well, this drawer opens easily enough. I don't know what's for dinner yet. Did somebody ask me? Nope. Well, this drawer opens easily enough. More tiles! Wow! Okay, well, it looks like we've investigated all the rooms. What just happened? What? Oh my goodness. Milk's expired, so you're gonna drink that? That's the only thing I'm sure. Cereal. Oh, good news regarding the magic spoon. Randall's! Which I don't know if everywhere has one. I haven't really seen one outside of Central Texas, honestly. But Randall's has magic spoon in stock now. It's only fruity cocoa and cinnamon roll, but they're stocking it in stores! It's the same price as the price online, so it's like, whatever. You've never heard of it. Not surprised. I could probably say a number of grocery store chains that are fairly popular. And you wouldn't know. Cinnamon roll tastes like cinnamon rolls. Cocoa, it's like not really chocolate. It's kind of more just like actually cocoa. hence probably why it's called that. And then I really want to try the honey nut one, but I haven't seen that in stores. I looked at their website and looked at all the flavors that they have. They have frosted as well. Yeah, I liked fruity. I like them all so far, actually, honestly. In terms of, like, keto-friendly cereal, that's the only one that I've had that hasn't been like, oh, this is good for, like, 0.005 seconds. And then immediately tastes like garbage in my mouth. It actually consistently tastes good, but I also understand that because it's sweetened with monk fruit, that's, like, some people get nauseous from the monk fruit, so it's, like, understandable that some people can't have it, even though, you know. Like, it tastes good for me, but Fisk is really good at tasting the difference between monk fruit and sugar, and she's like, I can't swallow things if they have monk fruit in them, is what she told me, and I was like, oh. Oh no. Oops. Apparently it's only Texas. Again, not surprised. I didn't know what a Publix was until I went to Florida to pick up somebody, to hang out with them. More for me then, yes. Randall's... Is Kroger's Texas only? I don't have any Kroger's near me, though. But I know it's a thing, because I keep getting ads for them, even though I'm nowhere near one. And then there's HEB. Alright, let's crack that mystery then. Kroger's is all over the place? Okay. Yeah, Kroger's is, like, few and far between. They talk about delivering, but if I look up Kroger's on my phone, it will not navigate me to a nearby one. If I look up Kroger, yeah, the nearest one to me is Kroger Delivery. And it's very far away. It's not that far away because it's Austin. And then the next one is in a town that I'm not familiar with, and it's 85 miles away. I am not driving 85 miles to go to a grocery store. I'm good, thanks. You been there lurking? Well, and continue. I prefer HEB. I've been in both, and I have to say, I like HEB a bit more. And I know HEB is a Texas-only thing. Well, mostly Texas-only. There are a few that are, like, near, like, just outside of the border. You normally go to Walmart since they have everything, but you don't have to like it. Yeah. This is true. I mean, I'm not saying Kroger's is a bad grocery store. It's just, I've been to the one that's near where my grandparents live, and I was like, I don't really like the way this is organized. There are a bunch of tiles that are the same size up on the wall here. So if we replace 4 of the tiles on the wall with the ones we've got, that should open the door. Yeah, I don't like making multiple trips. HEB so far has been pretty good at having everything. It's just like really, really specific stuff. Walmart does not have Magic Spoon, yet Kroger's does. I wonder... Well, I kind of know why. The cereal is $10. Which... Some cereals are more than that, but... There's a lot that aren't. There's only one way to find out. Well, I already know that it's E because E equals 14. It's in the dark room, so. Whoa! E! E! Hey, did you just hear something unlock? Does that mean we got it right? Yes, it looks like we did. The 14 hidden on the tile. If you convert that to hexadecimal, it's an E. Hexadecimals. Basically, the E's in emergence are the 14s from the tiles. So if we replace it, that gives up the answer. Do you really care why it worked? Let's just get out of here. Let's go! You found it! Let's get the hell out of here. They passed through the open door and headed to the next room. Junpei jogged down the short staircase and looked around.
Oh, what the hell is this place?
Lotus. She was the one who taught us hexadecimal. Although in this timeline, we didn't interact with it, so... That's a thing. Can you imagine going through the first class cabin and then choosing this room or the captain's quarters and looking at 1 through 9 A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and you're just like, what the fuck am I looking at? Like, you could figure it out eventually, because there are hints in the files themselves that kind of, like, nudges you towards it, and if you keep interacting with stuff, characters will kind of nudge you in the right direction. But, oh my god, hexadecimals are awful. If it weren't for the fact that you go into that room and Lotus explicitly states what hexadecimals are, you can encounter hexadecimal puzzles, and if you don't have the prior knowledge, it probably takes you like a few minutes to be like, I don't know what I'm looking at. Ah, yes. The hell is this place? The words had sprung unbidden to his lips, but it was clear why. Junpei shivered. Lotus and Seven reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped short, terrified.
Ugh, this room is really creepy.
I think we ought to get the hell out of here now.
He jogged up the stairs on the opposite side of the room and shook the door on the wall next to the catwalk. It didn't open, and he muttered to himself.
Figures.
It's locked, isn't it?
Yep. Don't know why I thought this wouldn't be any different.
So, what is this room for, anyway?
Junpei looked around the room again.
Well, there's a chair in the center of the room.
Oh, looks uncomfortable to say the least. I'd rather not sit in it if I can avoid it.
The back of it was covered with electrodes connected to a nest of wires.
Looks like it's placed over some kind of glass panel. Too dark to look through it, though.
Junpei turned to look at the right side of the room. There was a table covered with a piece of cloth.
This isn't dried blood on the tablecloth, is it?
On top of the table were a number of metal instruments. Junpei didn't know what they were for, and he had a feeling he didn't want to find out.
Oh, what the hell is this? What are these tools for?
That's not something I even want to think about.
Junpei shook his head in an attempt to clear it and tried to focus on something else.
No doubt about it. This room's dangerous. Let's make our search quick so we can solve the puzzle and get the hell out of here. Come on.
Room number 2! Or the nth time we've been in a room, but, you know, it's fine. The torture room. Aptly named. Really creepy chair. The manacles make me think it was used to torture people. Well, we can't open these manacles without a key. Manacles? Things. Restraints, that's what we'll call them. There's some sort of weird symbol on them. What kind of symbol? Well, if I've got this right, I think it's the sun symbol. There's something on the screen. This device will conduct the experiment. Once the experiment has been completed, the door will unlock. First, adjust the switches to match the blocks in the sample above. Huh. I don't know what this thing is, but we've got to figure out this puzzle. It's right next to a torture chair. Whatever it is, I don't think it's good. Anyway, we just adjust the switches to match the blocks up on top, right? You adjust the switches shown at the 4 corners of the screen, then press the check button. Junpei, we don't know what this thing does. You can always come back to it later. There are lots of other things you can do. I did it anyway. Adjustment completed. Now proceeding to execution phase. To complete experiment, data must be collected from subject. Once preparation is finished, to place subject in chair. Whoa, I thought we solved the puzzle already. What does it mean by preparation? I don't know. I've got a bad feeling about this. I think this means one of us has got to sit in the chair. Well, 7's never going to fit in that thing. It's either you or me, Junpei. Collecting data. I wonder if it's going to run electricity through the subject. There's a human head on the screen. Maybe it's gonna zap the brain with a little electricity? This really doesn't sound safe. Anyway, we've still got to prepare. We can talk about this after we figured out what it means by preparation, alright? Well, it wants us to prepare, so maybe we ought to ask it what we need to do. The disposal tank is closed. Please fill the tank with water. What tank? Oh man, don't tell me you gotta do something with a water tank. Well, there's probably something around here to open the tank, or whatever it's asking us to do. Looks like the only controls are in this room. I meant to hit the arrow. There are a number of ominous-looking tools and instruments here. Let's see. We've got an adze and a hammer, a pair of forceps, and these other things are too old and broken. I have no idea what they are. Well, one of them kind of looks like a rose trimmer. Hey, doesn't this wrench look way too new to be here with all this other stuff? Yes, it does. I didn't notice it before you mentioned it, but it's not rusty at all. Wrench! This wrench looks brand new. Considering where we found it, I have to wonder how it was used. Knock it off. I don't want to think about that. You've already seen plenty of things that are a lot more cruel than that. You're unexpectedly sensitive. Come on, let's not talk about stuff that doesn't matter, okay? We need to find somewhere where we can use this thing. A brand new wrench. Maybe I can use it to unscrew bolts or something. Set of rusty stairs that lead to the door we came through. What, you want to go back, Junpei? I wish solving this puzzle were that easy. Hey, this pipe is connected to that thing over in the corner. I imagine there are electrical wires running through that pipe to the device. Of course the entrance is locked. It's been like that in every room we've been in. What did you expect? There's no point to try to go back. Let's just think about going forward, alright? There's a lot of dust on the light. Makes it look like this room hasn't been used in a long time. When you look at it from here, the catwalk looks pretty high up. That makes the stairs pretty steep. We'd better be careful going up and down them. Very well. Cover's bolted on there pretty good. Should be able to get those bolts off with this wrench we just found, though. Sweet, it's open. The hole's too small. You can't see in, even with the cover off. Well, you can't see in, but I think there's enough room to stick your arm in. Are you sure you want to do that? There could be something dangerous in there. Okay, I admit that scares me a little, but we need to see if there's anything useful in there. Alright, here we go. Arm into the hole. Hey, I think I can feel something. Small, cold, and hard. Doesn't feel like there's anything else in here. Alright, let's see what this thing is. It's the sun key! Anyway. A key with the sun symbol on it. We should be able to open the door with this. Yeah, but we gotta get out of this room before we can do that. And we're probably gonna need the sun key to do that. None of the doors in this room have keyholes. I bet we gotta use it on something that's not a door. Give it a second. These stairs go to the exit. So they do. Very funny, Feta. This handrail runs all the way from the entrance. Doesn't go down one side of the stairs. Yeah. Up. It said the door will unlock if we complete the experiment. So in other words, we aren't getting out that door until we finish this experiment. Well, let's do that then. Yeah, let's do that then. There's nothing suspicious about the lights. They're a little blurry from the dust, but that's about it. Looks like this catwalk goes across about half of the room. I think it's made like that so you can get around without standing on the floor. There are a bunch of buttons here with letters A through F. Wonder if they do anything. Down you go. So if I press it again, back you come. I guess these buttons switch something on or off when you push them. These levers have gotta turn something on. Of course they do. All they can do is turn something on or off. What's important is what they turn on or off. Don't say the floor is going to suddenly open up. Alright, let's pull the lever. Is that water? What the hell? What's going on? Will you calm down? It's just water going somewhere. It sounds like it's underneath us. That means the floor— Oh! Junpei, look! What's she— Oh, damn! I can see through the glass now. Red, yellow. You think the colors mean something? No idea. I mean, red looks more dangerous, but other than that, the bottom of this one looks like it's covered in rust. I don't think it'll move at all. Oh, hi! There are a couple of letters in the color of blood written on the shark's belly. It's dead. Looks like the letters are E, D, B, and F. Whatever these are for has to be in this room somewhere. Guess the shark was someone's pet, huh? It's a bit of a surprise. You die on the chair, you get dumped into the water, and he cleans up the mess. Convenient. Yeah, but the only thing in the water is the dead shark. EDBF. What? There's a strange noise coming from the chair. It looks like it's been turned on. I guess the puzzle here was that power had to be sent in a specific way. Well, we did it. The sun key should fit into the keyhole on these restraints. Alright, sun key, in you go. And yes! Great, they're open. I don't think we're gonna need the sun key again in here, though. Just seems unlikely. Alright, sun key, you've done your job. Into my pocket with you. I don't think examining the chair is gonna cause that machine to do anything. I should probably take a look at the monitor instead. I don't think there'd be water under there. Or I didn't think there'd be water under there. If it opens up, do you think the chair would drop into it? Well, that could be dangerous. Water conducts electricity, you know. And if it opens up, maybe the water would flow into this room. Hey, don't talk about stuff like that. There's a whole lot of cables coming out of that thing. Really kind of a mess. I can barely tell which is which. The restraining device is unlocked. Please seat subject in device. The message on the screen was disturbingly detached.
Well, like we thought, it's not going to work unless someone sits in it.
How ironic that this would be the situation in which this slim, beautiful body is useful.
Lotus, are you sure? I can sit in it and you can solve.
Junpei's right. If we screw it up...
Seven couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. His eyes fell to the floor. Junpei followed them. Beneath them was the dead shark floating underneath the glass. Perhaps it had been killed by an electric shock.
I'll be fine. Even if I fall in, the shark is already dead.
But...
No one likes an indecisive man, Junpei. I can still give you advice from the chair too, you know. I just don't want to stay in this room any longer than we have to. Go over to that screen and let's get this over with.
After her words had made it clear that Lotus would book no argument, she turned and walked toward the chair without hesitation. But she did not sit down. Despite what she had said, she did indeed feel hesitation. Her legs shook.
Look, do you think you could do me one last favor?
Don't say last.
You're making me nervous.
Just listen. If something happens to me, I want you to tell my daughters. Tell them that I loved them very much. No, tell them that I will always love them.
Daughters?
You've got kids?
Yes, I do. I suppose they're about your age, Junpei.
Don't call me indecisive.
They're twins. I had them when I was young after... well, some things happened. Their names are Nona and...
Wait! Nona?
Junpei's words shot out before he even realized what he was saying. He remembered the story Seven had told him.
Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were in the experiment.
But what the hell? What's wrong with you?
Lotus took a step back from Junpei.
Oh.
Seven looked just as shocked as Junpei. He blinked his eyes rapidly, as if he weren't sure if he was completely awake.
No way. It couldn't. Lotus, is your last name Kashiwabara?
Lotus's eyes went wide.
How do you know that?
Are you serious? What the hell is this? There's no way you're that kid's mom.
That kid? Wait, what do you mean, that kid? Why are you acting like you've met her?
Seven's brow furrowed.
I have.
What?
Yeah, I met one of your kids.
When?
9 years ago.
Where?
On this ship.
Why were you...
It's not a short story.
Look, I don't care how long it is. Tell me, please, what happened here?
Fine, I'll tell you.
Seven glanced at Junpei, then turned back to Lotus and began to speak. It was the same story Junpei had heard only minutes before. Every detail.
But... And then, that was when. From there, it looked like... just as if, finally... That's all I remember from 9 years ago.
At last, Seven finished. Lotus shook her head.
Oh my god. Everything I've been looking for the last 9 years. The person who had all the answers was right here.
Looking for?
Yes, that's right. 9 years ago, my daughters disappeared. Then 9 days later, they came back. They never told me what happened to them over those 9 days. I took them to the doctor, but I was told they hadn't been hurt in any way. Still, I was sure that they had been through something terrible. So I couldn't bring myself to force them to talk about it. If I did, then I'd force them to relive whatever horrors they'd been through. I didn't have any choice. I had to try and ignore it and move on.
Oh.
A few months passed. Gradually, they started to act like they always had, before they disappeared. They smiled and made jokes and did all the silly things kids do. It got harder and harder for me to ask them about what happened. How could I ask them to remember that? Eventually, I knew there was no way I could do it. But I'm still a mother. I couldn't simply forget that something terrible had happened to my children. So I decided I would investigate what happened on my own. I would find out what happened during those 9 missing days.
What did you find out?
Nothing. The police pretended to be concerned, but they didn't do anything. Once the 16 children who'd gone missing came back, things were just... Even the media didn't talk about what had happened. I figured someone was probably paying or threatening them to keep their mouths shut.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals. No, probably something even bigger than that.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Have you heard of them before?
No. It's the first time I've ever heard that name. 7. How did you find out that Cradle Pharmaceuticals was connected to the kidnappings in the first place?
I figured finding out whatever the victims had in common would lead me to the culprit. That's what any good cop does.
What did they have in common?
Every single one of the kids who disappeared had gone to this one hospital at some point. The hospital was one of a bunch that were under the control of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. After that, it was just about connecting the dots.
The hospital.
The hospital.
And for a while, I was trying to get some kind of information out of the kids at the hospital. One of them told a weird story.
What was it?
Have you heard about the Gansfeld experiment? I guess all these kids had to go through it while they were at the hospital. I think it was passed off as some sort of counseling.
What did you call it again?
Oh, the Gansfeld experiment. This is how it's set up. First, subjects Q and A are put into separate rooms, far away from one another. Then a series of video images are shown to subject Q, who is told to send the images to subject A by thinking about them. Subject A, on the other hand, is put in a large reclining chair and given a blindfold. With their senses cut off, A is asked to guess what images Q is looking at.
Oh, yes, I've heard of that. It's a famous telepathy experiment, isn't it?
Telepathy. That's how the experiment on this ship was supposed to work.
The experiment to control people, right?
Yeah. I don't know if any of the telepathy stuff really exists, but maybe someone from Cradle Pharmaceuticals bought into it.
Lotus grunted. Seven had been thinking hard for the last several minutes and finally spoke.
Even if that is the case, I still don't get how that has anything to do with any of this. The notary game, Zero, why we were kidnapped. What does any of that have to do with telepathy? I know I brought all this up, but I have no idea. Maybe none of this stuff is connected after all.
Then, in that moment of silence, cold voice echoed down from the ceiling.
No subject has been detected. Unless a subject is detected within 60 seconds, all power will be shut down. System recovery is estimated to take 1 hour. If you wish to proceed with the experiment, please seat subject in the restraining device.
Whoa, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going.
Oh, no, that's not what we...
Just hurry up and get it over with. Junpei, I'm counting on you.
Right.
Lotus sat down on the chair. Junpei looked at her one last time, then made his way to the monitor.
Lotus, please, tell me right away if you feel anything weird.
You worry too much. Now get on with it and be a man, or June's gonna leave you.
Lotus was putting on the best act she could manage, but her legs were shaking so much that if she hadn't been sitting, she likely would have fallen down.
Lotus.
Failure was not acceptable.
Okay, let's do this.
Junpei took one last deep breath and stared at the monitor. Did I seriously get it that quickly? Damn. Lamau. Usually I'm stuck on that one for a lot longer, but, you know, that works. No problems here. A-okay with that. The experiment has concluded. The door will now unlock. I can hear the door unlocking, and now we've got a new message. Release subject from restraining device. Lotus, are you alright? Yes, I am. I'm glad nothing bad happened, but I do think my life just got a little shorter. Hold on, I'll get you out right away. It shouldn't take long for Seven and me to get her out of here. Let's get out of here now. Being a guinea pig is not for me. Damn straight. I don't ever want to see this thing again. Alright. Well, I will take my break. but I know that the audio is probably going to stop when I get out of this room, so you can enjoy this for a little bit. I'm gonna take a break here. I'll be back in a... So, vibe to this room's theme. Yeah, that's true. That did happen. Okay. Let's open this... Whoop. Let's open this door and get out of here. Thank you, thank you. Oh. Thanks for...
The hallway goes to the left.
Thanks for redeeming, right? Thank you for redeeming that.
Yeah, but I don't see any doors.
Guess we just need to keep going.
Right, let's go.
They turned left twice before they saw the elevator.
An elevator.
Just what we need. Let's take this to C deck.
In silence, they jogged up to it. Junpei pushed the C button. The elevator motor ground away, and before long, they found themselves once again on C deck. The door opened, and they stepped off.
Huh?
They'd expected to find 4 other people waiting for them. There were none.
No one's here.
Where did they go?
I have no idea.
Lotus shrugged. Something in the pit of Junpei's stomach stirred. He tried to forget the feeling and took off down the long hallway before him.
Hey, Junpei!
We should follow him.
Seven and Lotus followed at a run. They ran and ran and ran. The hallway seemed endless.
I know where we need to go. The door behind the central staircase. There was a sun symbol on the keyhole of that door. And I happen to have the sun key in my pocket right now. This should open that door.
That was why they ran for the central staircase. They had run for quite some time when they arrived at the door that ended the hallway. Junpei stopped.
All right, time to open this.
He laid his hand on the doorknob, his breathing heavy. Seven laid a hand on his arm.
Hold on a sec there.
Huh?
We don't have the key for this one yet, right?
There is the Jupiter symbol engraved over the keyhole.
That's...
Oh, it's the Jupiter symbol.
Seven was right. They had no Jupiter key.
Then we can't open this door.
Unfortunately, no, we can't.
Jeez, the sun door's gotta be just on the other side of this, you know? We can't just stop...
Frustrated, he twisted the doorknob. The door opened.
Hey, it opened.
What?
And the others must have found the Jupiter key.
Well, what are we waiting for?
As he spoke, he shoved the door the rest of the way open. They rushed through and stopped cold.
Oh, what?
The terrible scene before them made their blood run cold. 3 people lay dead on the floor, covered in blood.
Why?
Junpei felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. He couldn't breathe. His legs shook. His body felt cold, deathly cold. But his blood was boiling hot. He could feel his mind begin to fade. He couldn't think. He couldn't concentrate. Oh no! I've been informed that my connection was unstable right now? Oh yeah, I lost like 6,000 frames. Ouch. I'm gonna refresh to see if it's... Okay. Still side-eyeing Ace's corpse. He's dead, man! What are you... His mind was blank.
What the hell? What the hell happened?
Seven's voice was weak and broken. He edged toward the bodies, his movements stiff.
Clover.
He bent down over Clover and pressed his fingers to her wrist.
Nothing. She's dead.
Yeah, it was on my side. You may want to refresh your streams in order to catch up. Because, you know, stuff that it may have, the buffering may have put you guys slightly behind. Suddenly, Lotus moved. Before he understood what was happening, her hand was in Junpei's vest pocket.
Hey, what are you doing?
I mean, it's back now. At least, it says it is. He leapt back. Lotus looked up at him, terrified. Okay, good.
The key! Get me the sun key!
Why?
Why do you think? We have to get out of here before the murderer comes back!
The murderer?
The murderer. The murderer. Once again, Junpei looked at the dead bodies.
Santa, Clover, and Ace. 3 people, 3 dead bodies. That means that the person who had killed them was... No. No, it can't be true.
Give it to me!
Before Junpei could react, Lotus dove back into his pocket and came out with the key.
Let's go!
Without waiting for Seven or Junpei, she ran, straight for the central staircase. They followed. Junpei shut his eyes and swallowed his emotions. Morning would have to wait. Soon they stood in front of the door.
Open!
Lotus shoved the sun key into the keyhole and twisted it hard. But
Why?
What happened?
Nothing. Nothing happened. I didn't feel it unlock.
Oh no. Is it the wrong key?
I don't know. Maybe.
Lotus sighed, defeated, and leaned against the doorknob. She felt it twist. A small gap appeared between the door and the frame.
It's open.
What the hell is this?
Wait, you mean the door was already unlocked?
Why?
And how would I know that? Whatever, let's just go.
Lotus took a deep breath and slowly opened the door the rest of the way. They stepped inside. In front of them was another hallway. It stretched out toward the bow of the ship. They began to run. Faster and faster they ran, trying desperately to reach the end of the hallway. A few seconds later, they were there. In front of them stood a massive metal door. They were all breathing heavily as Junpei spoke.
What the hell is this door? I can't see anything that looks like a doorknob or switch or lever or card reader or anything. How the fuck are we supposed to open this?
We don't have a choice. We're gonna have to go back.
No, I'm not going back there. There is a murderer back there.
There was more stark terror in Lotus's voice than authority. She was almost begging. Ah! We got raided! Hello! Oh no, my internet! Where are you going, internet connection? Ah! I have to do multiple things at once. Give me a second. I'm going to hope this fixes. Oh, jeez. My internet. Puppy in blue. Thank you for the raid. Sure I'm spelling that right. In fact, I'm gonna make sure that I get the capitalizations correct, just in case. Woo! Awesome. Yes, clackety clack. Yes, yes. Yes, I love this game so much. Alright, I think the internets have stabilized. The bitrate has been lowered, so that way we stop losing frames.
But I don't see any other doors.
So, hello everyone who came in from Bee's Raid. I am Zutaku the Beast. I stream a variety of different games. I am currently playing 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors. Which is a horror visual novel point and click with like puzzle escape room type style of gameplay loop. We're at an ending right now. This happened yesterday. I was playing it and I got the axe ending, and somebody raided right as we were about to get the ending. So it was like, oh boy. And lo and behold, today it happened again. But thank you, B, once again for raiding. What were you playing? Out of curiosity. As he spoke, Seven stepped toward the door in front of them, as if to illustrate that it was the only door. Oh.
No way.
It opened by itself.
It's an automatic door?
Look, guys, I've got a really bad feeling about all this. The other doors were already unlocked, and this one's automatic. We haven't seen anything like this before.
Bad feeling.
How could their situation possibly get worse? 3 people were already dead.
We've hit bottom! This can't get any worse. Shit!
Hey, Junpei!
He stepped through the door.
I can't take this anymore. No one can.
And whatever hope Junpei had managed to summon disappeared.
No. It's a lie. It's gotta be.
Dicey Dungeons and Slay the Spire. Ooh, cool. Well, I hope you had fun with those games. I've heard of Slay the Spire. I think this might be the first time I've heard Dicey Dungeons. But I'm assuming they are similar in genre.
This can't be real. No, it's impossible.
Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, roguelikes. Well, I hope you had fun with them. It sounds like you died in Dicey Dungeons. Whoops. Well, I hope that one at least was a good run until that point.
If it's a dream, just wake up already. Someone please tell me it's all just a joke. I'm imagining things. Yep, that's it. This is all obviously a lie. It's a big, elaborate trick. An illusion or something, or a dream. It's made up.
It wasn't real, right? June... No, the codenames meant nothing now.
Ah! Ah!
Connie!
Connie!
Junpei cried out and leapt through the door. He flew to her side, his heart like a stone in his chest.
Connie, hang on!
Junpei swept her up and shook her by the shoulder. She moaned, and her eyes fluttered open, but only barely.
Connie!
Jumpy?
Her face was pale. Her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei, but saw nothing. Junpei put his hand against the small of her back to hold her up. It felt warm and wet. He lifted his hand up. It was covered in blood.
Oh man, Connie, there's so much blood. What the hell happened to you? How did this happen?
It was all he could do not to break into tears.
Jumpy, I'm sorry.
Her voice was thin, a minuscule thread that was the only thing keeping her with him.
I might not make it.
No, no way, no way I am going to let you die. I am gonna save you, I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Oh, don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on, alright, Connie? You... Ow, what can I do? Damn it!
He looked up from Connie, desperate for something. Anything.
What's that?
Then he saw it. A small submarine.
A submarine? What on earth is a submarine doing here?
No, that didn't matter. Nothing mattered except saving Connie. That was the only thing he wanted.
That's it!
Junpei turned his head back to look down at her.
Hang on, alright? There's a submarine over there. I'm gonna go see if it works.
No! Don't go! Please, don't go! Please, just stay with me, okay? I want to be close to you, Jumpy. When I...
Connie.
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame.
Jumpy, do you remember how we hung out a lot when we were kids? We went to the pool and to the fair. Do you remember playing snowball at the school? They're all memories I'll never forget. All of those moments are treasures to me. But I also wanted to go to a lot of other places with you. A lot more. But that won't happen now.
No. I mean, yes. Yes, it will happen. We'll go all sorts of places, Connie. You hear me? I promise. We'll go wherever you want.
Really?
Yeah, really. I swear.
That makes me happy. Really happy.
She said it to herself, over and over, a weak smile creasing her tired face.
Jumpy, I feel sleepy.
No, Connie, don't fall asleep.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much.
Her eyes were slowly closing. Junpei screamed, even as he felt his throat go hoarse.
Connie! Connie! Connie!
Time passed. Junpei wept, curled around Connie's body. He cried and cried until he had no tears left. When the last tear fell, Junpei was no more. His body remained, only as an empty shell. Somewhere he heard a bell ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. It rang 5 times, then faded.
5 o'clock.
Quietly, gently, softly, he set Connie down on the floor. Slowly, Junpei stood. Only then did he realize that Seven and Lotus had not followed him. Where had they gone? Slowly, he looked around the room. There was nothing. No sign that they had ever been there. It felt as though every part of Junpei's body was made of lead. Slowly, he made his way to the door he'd come through. As he approached it, it opened, sliding apart with a sound like grinding stone. Junpei passed through the gate and into the hallway. His heart rattled in his chest, an empty, lifeless thing. It had been so utterly broken that there was nothing left to feel. When he saw their bodies, he simply stared. It was a lake, a sea of blood. 2 bodies lay in it. There was no need to check. There was no breath left in them. His eyes lit on Lotus's wrist. Her bracelet was gone. He stared. It meant nothing to him. He didn't care anymore. He couldn't care anymore. Junpei's body felt numb. Part of him knew that the lump of lead in his chest had once been a heart. He couldn't quite remember what it had been for. Tears poured from his eyes in great streams. He wasn't sure why. He gave up trying to make them stop. He turned around. The door opened again, and slowly, numbly, he walked through. He kept walking. Why stop? An object set in motion. Simple inertia carried him forward. Eventually, he found himself in front of the submarine. The submarine is yellow as a Beatles reference. Well, if you'd like to know, the achievement for this game on Steam is the song title. It is a section from the song. Actually, I can pull it up right now and look at it, but I'll probably do it once the ending actually goes through. His arm reached for the hatch. And then he was floating in water. His eyes stared down into it. He couldn't see the bottom. His back was hot. Dimly, he felt the blade of a knife in it. Who? One dead body lay behind door number 5. The body of the 9th man. Another lay in the shower room. The body of Snake. At the central staircase were 3 more. Ace, Santa, and Clover. Just outside the door were 2 corpses. Those of Seven and Lotus. And in this very room lay the body that had once been Connie. And now Junpei would join them. Who, then, had killed them all? Who? Junpei let out one last breath. Faintly, he felt the bubbles creep up the sides of his face. His consciousness faded quickly, dissolving away into the cold, gentle lapping of the water. Submarine ending! Let this play out. Kotaro she killed them. He wrote them all to die, and it was so, because he made this game. Well, he's not the only one who made this game, but he was the one who wrote all the stuff. He was the creative mind behind it. I always gotta listen to the bad end credits. They're not that long. Although we may start skipping them because we're about to see a bunch of them back to back. Yeah, the PS4 port, the achievement is called We All Die in a Yellow Submarine. The end! Or is it? It's not a bad end. Ooh, it's an actual ending because the game ended. The previous bad ends, we don't know what happens after Junpei dies, hence why they're called bad end. But in this scenario where we know the fates of everyone, the game is over. Would you like to save the info? Yes. Submarine end! Alright. Now... this one first? We could grab this one real quick, but I don't really... I actually kind of don't want to. Far left. Oh no! Damn it, pressing back. I forget pressing back does that. It's right click, not escape. Fuck. Stop! I don't want to be at the start! Far left? We get... You know what? Sure. Oh goodness. I forget what I have to do for this. Match? Is it played on a shelf?
Hey, Junpei, you got a minute?
Yes, this is it. Give me the bookmark, I want it. He hates the leaf words. Faith, hope, love, and luck. I want it.
Alright, sure. I'll take it.
He shoved the thing into his pocket and gave Santa a last confused look.
Oh, man, I feel a lot better now. That thing was a real pain, you know?
Do you really hate those 4 words that much?
Faith, hope, love, and luck. Can we gaze upon the Fundarimpa for just a second? Very well. There we go.
What's the deal with this picture?
We will do it for the meme.
Funyarimpa. See? I mean, this totally looks like one. Here and here.
Now you know what a Funyarimpa is, Theta. Can't you see it? Here, I'll switch it into ADV mode so you can get a better view of the top. Hello, K-Tab. Junpei indicated parts of the picture that looked exactly like the other parts. After 3 seconds of silence, Lotus looked at Junpei.
What the hell is a Funyarimpa?
What do you mean? What the hell is a Funyarimpa? You mean you don't know?
How the hell would I know?
How could you not know? That's practically blasphemous. Oh, say you're sorry. Apologize to the Funyarimpa. Goodness, you are such a rude woman.
Another 3 seconds of awkward silence went by. Lotus opened her mouth as she shook.
Junpei, are you just screwing around? Forget it. I'm just gonna tell you. This is a dog.
Now you know what a Funyarimpa is. Yes, you have to apologize to the Funyarimpa now, Theta. Just because Lotus got out of it doesn't mean that you get out of it. You have to apologize. There. Thank you. You're forgiven.
See? Like this.
I'll at least show you that, yes, it is a dog. Look, wow, it's a dog. No, the Funyarimpa not a dog. It's a meme. It's a meme, Theta. It's a running joke, don't worry. Oh, I have to get through this entire thing first. Blech. They talk about the experiment about they showed picture to people. It's fine. Okay, because we did that, we got the kitchen. Oh, right, shit. We have these, and I have to get to this, right? And then when I hit flow... Wait, what if I hit the 7 door? What if I choose the 7 door? Does that make that pop up? Yes, okay, these are unlocked. Chemical... No, not before the door!
Hey, hold on.
Or no, wait, yes, before the door. Here's the flag of the zero. Perhaps I felt you were near an ending because of the morphogenic field. Yes, exactly. Oh, the DS era of this game where the flowchart didn't exist and you just had to be like, what order am I supposed to go in to get the next ending? She's gonna tell us about the ship of Theseus and Locke's socks. It's Cleaver. See, that's funny because you haven't even seen the second game. It managed to make its way into Palm Gets Wi-Fi. Yeah, I was amazed when that showed up. Okay. The number 1 door. Hit the thing, go back to flow, or maybe I have to actually be in the room. Pocket watch. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, there is.
You checked on us. Now get out of here. We split this stuff up for a reason, all right?
Yeah, get angry at Ace.
That's a lie. We didn't have to split up the work. I just want to talk to Clover alone. That's why I sent Ace to the wheelhouse. There's something I want to ask her. And I don't want anyone to overhear us.
Keep calling Clover Cleaver.
I'm pretty sure Clover won't talk if there's anyone else around. That's why when Ace showed up again, I got a little desperate. I had to make him leave.
We already got the X ending. Yes. But... I want to say the quote that I hear, like, you hear it like 7 times in the entirety of the game. I swear to everything. But there is a character that gives nicknames to a lot of people. And, yeah. Ace opened his mouth and took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face. Is this all the same? Yes, he's going to leave. Goodbye. Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. She'd heard what Ace had said. She regarded Junpei with caution.
What was that about?
She was clearly suspicious, and with good reason.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Junpei's eyes widened, and he held up his hands in a gesture of innocence.
Oh, no, it's not like that.
What's it like then?
I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now.
What story?
Knife, axe, submarine. I like submarine a lot because I feel like if you get that one first, it kind of like fucks with you really bad for the rest of the game. Because it's just such a... It's such an ending.
About the experiment, remember? The one you started to tell me in the operating room?
Last time I played the game, I started going crazy, I swear, and I started just quoting it. Hey, what are you kids doing over there? We're about to announce the results.
You said something about an experiment that happened
You
here
hear
9
that
years
line
ago.
like... You hear that line so many times. Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments, and when she spoke, it was barely audible.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay? You understand. I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother? I can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're gonna pay for it. I promise. So...
We haven't gotten to that ending yet. There's a couple of people in here who aren't familiar with the game, so I'm trying to be hand-wavy and vague as possible. Enough for people who recognize the game to be like, ah, yes, that. But for people who haven't seen this game before to be like, you know, not be like spoiled for stuff. But I know that ending name alone is vague, but I like, you know, just like, we're not going to talk about other endings in the game until we get to them. That's all. But you're good. Just wanted to point that out because I was thinking about it. I'm like, oh yeah, there's don't want to accidentally spoil anything. Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung up on her lip where she was biting them. She wiped it off and looked up at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry.
Junpei, who do you think did it?
Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped.
Well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them. You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there were at least 2 other people.
Yeah, thank you for understanding.
You're right. So, what does that mean?
Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out. Who could have opened door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who, or who and who?
You mean it could have been 4 people?
Well, technically it's possible.
I don't know.
Spoiler, axe safe, knives up. Not that any are bad, the good ones are just good. I don't know. The reason why sub-ending it feels so heavy is because it was kind of just like the weight of like everyone was dead, but like who did it? Who killed them?
That doesn't seem very likely.
Also, I just really like the art specifically for that one where you see the silhouette of the person behind, so you know somebody did it. It was the first ending I got on my first play. I'm pretty sure I got safe, because it just happens to be that way. I feel like that one's the easiest to bump into first, which means you'd have to go through, the regular cabins with, June, Lotus, and Santa, then you go through door 7, and then you go through door 1. But you have you therefore get the Clover bookmark, give the Clover bookmark to Clover, and then talk to Clover in the captain's quarters. I feel like that one's pretty easy.
Why?
I'll tell you
Like,
later.
the only reason why I feel like you could stumble across the axe ending first is if you go to the first class cabin instead, because I don't feel like many people are like, no, I don't want the bookmark, Santa. Most people who have played visual novels usually are like, oh, thing, this might be important later. I'll take it. So that way you couldn't possibly have the bookmark when you went through the room with Clover and 7.
Why don't we just assume it was only 2 other people for now?
At first, there's an option to say no, and then he's like, please, and then we're like, okay. He, like, tries to shove it on you. I think the only dialogue one that you literally can't not hear is the one in the freezer room, and then maybe the one in the side of the cabins with Akane, because they're very pushy. Like, you could be like, oh yes, Ice 9, very interesting, or you could be like, please, we're about to freeze to death, and Santa go, no, I want to hear this. I feel like that's the only one that you can not, like, deny and just be like, okay, we'll stop talking about it.
Okay, got it. Let's do that then.
Then who do you think it could be?
Junpei crossed his arms in thought. Snake's bracelet number was 2, which 2 bracelet numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3. Which 2 bracelet numbers added to 2 would give a digital root. It's Santa and 7.
Would it be Santa and 7?
2 plus 3 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3.
The digital root for Snake, Santa, and 7 is 3. Wait, hold on. Are Santa and 7 the killers?
What's wrong?
Clover looked at Junpei and he looked back at her. The very 2 people I mixed up earlier. Whoa! There was no point in hiding it.
Well, I thought about it, and...
He told her his conclusions.
That's what I thought.
She looked less surprised than he'd expected.
Santa and 7. If it was 2 people, then that's the only combination that works.
I know, if I was in a life or death situation, I'd want my childhood friend to ramble about her special interests to me. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I just think it's really funny. Like, ah, yes, let's talk about the crystallization of glycerin in the meat freezer that we're locked in.
Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to
I don't even think that's the conversation that happens in there. I think it's just Ice 9. Yeah, so is the glycerin thing in... I feel like, is the glycerin thing in the pantry? Oh god, I don't remember anymore. Holy shit, my brain. I know they talk about Ice 9. Oh yeah, I think they do talk about the crystallization of glycerin, because then they move on to be like, if Ice 9 got introduced to regular ice, and then the entire world's population of water would freeze at 90 degrees, it would be the end of the world. And it's like, yeah? Yeah, it would.
Well, all I said is that those two would have been able to open door 3 with your brother.
There is another Ice 9 moment in the pantry, though. Yes, that is true. And then Ice 9 is what you need in order to jumpstart 7's memory, and he talks about Alice.
There might be other possibilities.
Well, what other possibilities?
He didn't have an answer. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke.
Are you saying you think that it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely.
Why not?
Can I borrow your pen and paper?
Clover put her hand out expectantly.
Yeah, here.
Junpei pulled out his pen and pad of paper and handed them to her. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually, she had 8, which provided a digital root of 3. A. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6 equals 12. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 5 equals 12. 2 plus 4 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 5 plus 6 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 equals 21. 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 equals 21.
What's this?
These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones.
Oh, I see.
Junpei,
Yeah?
I can trust you, right?
Of course. Why would you need to ask that?
Really?
Yeah,
So then I should get rid of B, D, G, and H, right?
of course. Just cross them out. And you should take off yours too. The ones with 4.
So, what does that leave?
A and E.
2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6 equals 12. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21.
Wait, it can't be A.
Why?
Because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that.
Are you sure?
I'd bet my life on it.
Okay then. I can cross off A too, right?
Yeah,
Well, what have we got left?
E.
2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21.
Do you know what this means?
Everyone besides me, you, and June would be working together.
Do you think that's likely?
Hmm.
If there were 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they'd try that hard to hide what they were doing if they outnumbered us, right?
Well, you do have a point.
And besides, if Ace and 7 are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them. But they didn't. They didn't even try anything. If they were killers, why wouldn't they?
Her voice was calm, but Junpei had only to look her in the eye to know it was a forced calm. There were tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and she was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis of who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten.
Oh, I see. Anyway, I understand now. It seems pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 or 4 people.
Yeah,
Then that means there's a good chance it was Santa and 7.
that's how it looks.
But why would they do it?
There was a moment of silence.
Their motive.
He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. When Ace chose the worst possible moment to return. He raised a knowing eyebrow and then spoke.
Have I interrupted something?
And then we run up and punch him in the face. No, I'm sorry, Ace, I wouldn't do that. I'm too short.
What is it?
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
He turned on his heel and walked back toward the wheelhouse.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Junpei looked over at Clover. He gave her a short nod, hoped that she would be willing to talk to him again later, and followed Ace.
What did you want to talk about?
Oh, right, because he does it in the other room if you, like, have a headache for however long the conversation would have taken. Just magically gets a migraine for 45 minutes exactly, and it ends suspiciously when Ace comes back and he's like, "Hey, Junpei, how you doing?" And he's like, "What?" Ace looked at Junpei and smiled, perhaps more of a smirk
There
than a
was
smile.
something I wanted to check.
The dialogue is all the same, but we're in a different room. That's why I can't
Yeah?
skip it.
If you'll
Hand in pocket.
Hey,
Nah.
what the hell are you?
I'm just checking.
No.
Piece of paper.
Just as I thought. What exactly are they? You switched them, didn't you, when we
When
voted?
we voted.
Well, I managed to get...
Then,
Oh,
It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Alright. In we go here. Captain's quarters. Red file.
all ice. Alice. Does this mean...
Junpei couldn't hold back. He had to know what was in that file. Each page was covered with strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horns. Wait, is this the same again? Yes, it is. Blah, blah, blah. He just wanted to read it because Alice.
so it would seem.
Bottom deck, library. Oh.
Junpei remembered something he'd heard from Seven when they'd been in the chemical closet.
Seven said something like...
If I remove the L and I, it's Ace.
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic.
Could beneath the navel mean the bottom deck, and the forest of knowledge is the library? Then, could Alice be in a room somewhere beyond the library?
What's wrong? Something on your mind?
Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace looking at him. Curiosity and concern written across his face in equal parts.
Yeah. I just remembered something.
Is that so? What about?
It was really cool, but you weren't there, so I feel like I shouldn't share the information.
Well, don't laugh, okay?
Never mind. There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began to explain his theory to Ace. Then he stopped. It wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be. So he had told Ace everything June had told him.
The Egyptian priestess, an Ice 9. Interesting.
And the woman who wouldn't melt, who was recovered from the Titanic disaster? They called her All Ice, which eventually turned into Alice. And she was purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordain. According to Seven, this ship is where he hid Alice.
And you think that he hid her in a small room, beyond the library on the bottom deck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is just a theory.
Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absent-mindedly stroking his beard. After a few moments, his hand stopped. He turned slowly to look at Junpei, and his brows drew together.
Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS?
Cass?
It stands for Cells Alive System. It is an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Put simply, it is a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals. Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within its cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane. CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercooled using magnetic fields, and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form. It was originally developed for the preservation of food, as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things.
What do you mean, other things?
Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel.
Computer-aided slime.
Space travel? Are you serious?
Surely you've heard of suspended animation. Cryogenic freezing? It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space.
That was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting.
Whoa, wait a minute there.
Ace looked at him and raised an eyebrow.
Are you saying that Alice was frozen using that cast thing?
Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. If this special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed exist, and casts were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously.
You think she could be alive?
Well, I can't say for sure, of course. I'm only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? If she were put somewhere where she could reach that temperature...
That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about?
You're quite right. It does sound unbelievable. But if she had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor.
You mean the guy dressed like a captain?
Yes. He was dead when we found him. Clearly, he was murdered. But if he was murdered, then by whom? It couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door that requires the Earth key prevented us from accessing door 1. Who was it that opened that door?
Santa and Lotus.
Right. Clearly, the two of them could not have opened door 1, or any other door for that matter. Who else then could have done so?
Junpei thought for a second.
Nobody.
After Santa and Lotus used the Earth key, they turned back and met up with me and June. Then we returned to the large hospital room and found Ace, Seven, and Clover. While we'd gone into the shower room, Ace, Seven, and Clover had stayed behind. But it's impossible for those three to open door 1. But what about when June and I took the elevator to door 2? No, still won't work. We were only gone 5 minutes. No human being could have run to the captain's quarters, killed that guy in there, and run back that fast.
It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer. That being the case, who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the locations of all the hidden passages and secret doors. The numbered door would mean nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters.
Then you're saying the killer was Alice?
It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Ace drew his thumb across his lips thoughtfully.
Well, this is all only one possible theory.
All ice. Alice. Is she really somewhere on the ship?
Junpei had only one clue. The key card in his hand.
Maybe this card will give me access to the Forest of Knowledge. And the big mystery. What could be there beyond the Forest of Knowledge? Anyway, whatever. It's gonna have to wait. I can't do anything right now. I'll come back to this later.
And Junpei's right cat ear raised at the same time. Hey, now. He gripped the key card tighter and shoved it deep into his pockets. Monitor.
Huh. Well, even if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be Zero.
Huh?
Don't you get it? The letters that spell Zero on the TV screen, the captain's clothes he's got on, and of course, the bracelet with a 0 on it. It's too obvious. Look, this is Zero right here. This dead body is Zero. Isn't that kind of fishy?
You're right. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that.
No, that's not the point. So I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work, which makes me wonder.
Why did they do it? I don't know why that wasn't voice acted.
I think this is a challenge. A challenge from the person who's really behind all of this. He's making fun of us. Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse was Zero, they'd never have put a bracelet on him. Walking around with a 0 bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, "I did it!" Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy is supposed to look like everything Zero is supposed to be. Just like we did. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was Zero and put the bracelet on him anyway. Do you know why?
Why?
Like I said, he's mocking us. Too bad, suckers, this isn't Zero. Where's the real me then? See if you can catch me. It's the same bad joke a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles.
That's really twisted, but it almost seems kind of childish.
Yeah, you're right. It's really childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me.
Junpei bent down next to the corpse.
Alright, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man?
I don't know.
And what's this guy's deal? Who is he?
How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you.
You have no idea who he is.
Why would I?
Junpei sat back on his haunches and thought.
We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover.
Huh?
We gotta flip him over. How else are we gonna search his pockets?
Clover didn't move.
Okay, fine. Guess I'll do it.
Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own.
Here we go.
He grabbed hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. It took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. But just as it did,
Huh?
something fell from the man's left wrist.
Hey, it's the
Bracelet with 0 on the face.
Lastly, let us discuss how 1, 2, in other words.
Oh god.
You bet the die will have a digital root of your favorite character's bracelet number. Enjoy math. Oh my god. That's quite the one. Quite the. Okay. Alright. I see how it is. You have 10 minutes. It's a 20-sided die, by the way. Junpei stared at the bracelet. By the way, I think the only numbers that are digital root of 5 besides 5 itself is 14.
This man, he's dead, isn't he?
Huh?
No, it's just, I guess I didn't really think about it until right now. If his bracelet's off, that means he's dead.
Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure out that he's dead.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious.
And I won't name the stream reflecting that. I like Junpei a lot. I like his energy in the first game, and I like his energy in the third game. Even though they're very different energies, because at the core of it all, he's still a dork, and that's all that matters.
Well, he looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though.
It was tempting.
You know?
It was tempting to do Snake, because I do like him a lot, but... yeah, dork Junpei, best Junpei, yes.
I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive. I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kinda has it better, you know? Dying from a bomb going off inside of you, I mean, that's just... Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin. I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something. There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm. And,
Suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
What did you just say?
Words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway.
oh man, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean,
Panic rambling. That's what he was doing.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
arm?
Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but I mean, didn't you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him.
Where to begin?
There's no way I was gonna see the details.
Clover took a quick, deep breath. He's kind of worse in the third game, I'm not gonna lie. He's still a dork underneath it, but he's a lot... You'll see it when we get to it. Clover took a quick, deep breath.
Are you sure it was his left arm?
Junpei thought back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
And he had a broken bone, right?
What the hell are you getting at here?
Just shut up and answer me!
She shoved her face closer to his. He could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed.
Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad, too. The bone was sticking out of the arm.
No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed.
Clover?
There's one scene in Game 3 that shows Dork Junpei, and it's he's just a... I like him throughout the game. At the start, he's pretty rough, but... As the rooms go on, for the, the scenes that he's in, he still says dumb shit. Like copper-plated. And even in the things like, we'll both shield you and die. The fuck? He says he's more all over the place than he is in the first game, and it's beautiful.
What's wrong? Look, I'm sorry if I said anything.
Suddenly, she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do.
Thank you.
It was close to the last thing he had expected to hear.
Huh? What are you...
Junpei had no idea what had just happened. Didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. So he simply stood there, confused.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms.
Hey, what's going on with you?
I'm sorry, it's just... I'm so happy!
Why?
The body in the shower room, it isn't his! It isn't my brother!
Huh?
It's not Snake!
Why on earth would you think that?
Because his left arm is...
She stopped herself.
I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this.
Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant that the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart.
But he's still alive. I'm so happy.
Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight.
I'm so glad!
Huh?
Junpei, you were right!
Huh?
That lake wasn't Snake. Nice pun.
No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out.
That's...
You couldn't resist. It was a laminated bookmark with a 4-leaf clover.
I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everybody, and I was angry and miserable. But because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me,
Yeah.
Junpei hadn't thought his words would have had such an effect on her. Her words were making him feel a little awkward.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room.
Oh, if you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa.
Santa? Why?
Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too.
Oh.
Then suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei.
Huh?
He looked confused. All I did was go back to the flowchart. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace across the room. Six steps to the left, 6 steps to the right. Another 6 to the left, and then she stopped.
Did Santa really tell you those things?
Her eyes were serious, but not angry.
Yeah, he did. Did I, say something wrong?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news, I think.
You think?
Santa knew about the words and the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
Subjects?
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago, with my brother and me.
Uh-huh.
But he's blind. And I was part of the Nevada test group. So neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who were on this boat.
Whoa. Okay, time out.
Junpei held up his hands. He took a deep breath and let it out.
Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start with 1 and then move to 2 and 3 and 4 and so on. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out.
Okay.
Clover nodded.
All right, let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago?
Do you know about morphogenetic fields?
Morphogenetic fields?
He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine.
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
I think Lotus mentioned something like that.
Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded.
Telepathy, huh?
If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'll never figure it out.
Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar.
So they were testing telepathy on this ship?
Yeah, I guess so.
So, what exactly did they have you guys do?
I'm filled with irrational spoiler field rage.
The same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing.
What?
The nonary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada, and the game started.
Junpei grabbed the sides of his head.
Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What do the nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Am I missing something here?
Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany. and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops in your head? That's an epiphany. And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
So you're saying the nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger?
Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger. It had to be life and death. And someone did actually die. A girl.
Huh.
Junpei felt the sudden grip of despair on his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful squeezed, and for a moment he felt very, very empty and alone.
She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada. I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was...
The sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around.
Oh, my apologies. I seem to have disturbed you.
Ace!
You two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long.
Ace glanced down at the floor. At the corpse, covered in blood.
At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind as to come and help me with something? I'm having a little trouble and I could really use your assistance. Come on, it'll only take a moment.
With that, he turned and walked back towards the communications office. Clover waited until he was out of sight, then spoke in a small, quiet voice.
I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later.
Huh? Hey, wait!
Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling.
Junpei, what are you doing in there? Hurry up!
Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off toward the communications office. Outside the room! Whoa! Running! Map! She had a thing in her pocket.
A note.
A note?
A note?
Yeah, I found it in the pocket of the guy with the captain's clothes. It said something about the darkness of the sinister hand or something.
What the hell? Let me see it.
No, not right.
But Junpei wasn't going to get to see it. From the other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice.
Hey, Junpei, Clover! What are you two doing? Hurry up!
He's getting mad.
Clover shrugged.
I'll show it to you later, all right? Come on, we gotta hurry.
Before Junpei could protest, she was gone. Around the corner and off down the long stem of the L. A note? A note. Junpei was curious, but there was something else that bothered him.
From the look of that pocket, it doesn't particularly look like just a note. Jeez, what are you thinking?
Yes, the animations for the sprites are so nice, and it's kind of a shame that, again, I talked about this. The jump to 3D was a rough one. It ends up being charming in its own way, but there's limitations in place that the 2D sprite animations don't have.
For crying out loud.
No, it's beautiful. Okay, fine. It's gorgeous. I love when characters clip into themselves. Remember the promotional art for Junpei with his bomber jacket, and then in the entire game he doesn't wear it at all? It's probably because they couldn't figure out how to animate it without it looking terrible, so they just took it away. And I was like, man. Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover. Okay, can I... Yes, there we go. Whoa! They reached B deck at the same time.
Jumpy! Clover!
Clover just wants to ask you a question. June's face was excited. Something had happened. That much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her.
What's up?
Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself.
We found it!
Why can't I skip this?
Found what?
We found it!
What did you find?
The last door! We found door 9!
What?
Come on! Just follow us! We'll explain on the way!
Okay.
7 turned and jogged off down the stairs.
Well, if that's the case...
Wait for me.
We should get going as well.
The rest followed.
Jumpy! We finally made it!
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt.
Yeah, it's finally time.
Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it. At least, not yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably was.
We've reached the end.
He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one.
But something's bothering me.
No!
Only 3 to 5 people
Don't
can go
wish
through the
that
numbered door.
upon her! Why would you do that?
7 of us are on our way to door 9. That means that, best case scenario, there will be 2 of us who have to stay behind. 2 people.
Okay, I hope she doesn't. Okay, good. Wonderful correction. I think if that was a typo on your part, I was like, what? The typo was funny, I'll admit.
Is there a way?
Junpei looked over at the clock.
4:30. We've only got 90 minutes left. I've got no time to wonder about it now.
Hey, Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up!
Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie.
Let's go, Jumpy!
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could.
Yeah.
Junpei followed. As a group, they piled onto the elevator and rode impatiently down to E-Deck. It looked familiar. There was a metal grate between the 2 elevators. 7 grabbed hold of it and began to talk.
I know I told you I'd explain it earlier, but honestly, there ain't much to explain. After we split off from you guys, the 4 of us got into the elevator on the left, and that took us to the other side of the grate. After that, we headed down another hallway. It took us toward the bow and eventually to the number 6 that you 2 found earlier. We opened it and kept going. There was another locked door behind it, like usual, but this time we had to complete 2 different areas before we could unlock it. Once we were through that door, there was another hallway that went the other direction, toward the stern.
So, on your way, you found the elevator.
That's right.
So, in other words, you kinda did a lap, huh? You came from that side to this side.
Yeah.
With that settled, Junpei looked around.
So, where's the number 9 door?
Over here.
7 began walking down the hallway that led toward the stern. Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with him.
By the way,
They had been walking for a while. June in silence stepped with Junpei when she spoke.
you know, it's because of Santa that we're all here right now.
Huh?
That all 7 of us are going to door 9.
What?
You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus. What's their digital root?
3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
9. It's 9.
That's right. They could have just left me behind and kept going if they'd wanted to.
But they didn't.
Yes, because Santa wouldn't let them. He said, we can't leave June and the others behind. That's why we went looking for you guys.
And then you got on the elevator and went back to the central staircase.
That's right.
Well, I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you, I mean.
Junpei felt his eyebrows knit as he considered that.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Perhaps June had sensed Junpei's concern.
I don't mean that Seven and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind. We were just talking about it, and Santa objected to it first.
Is that so?
Junpei was about to respond when Seven suddenly stopped.
We're here.
In front of them stood a door.
So, is this...
Yeah.
Junpei couldn't see Seven's face, but he could see him nod.
There's no other place for us to go.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Actually, I'm thinking about it. B, if you're still here, that spoiler one, I think I know which one of those it is now, and I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, oh yeah, that one.
Nope. Just look around. There's a big old iron wall at the end of the hallway. The other hallways on the left and right are blocked by metal grates.
I see.
It looked as though Seven was right. The door in front of them was their only choice.
All right, let's get moving.
He pulled open the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed.
Oh,
It appeared they'd been telling the truth.
no way.
The first thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number. 9. Like all the others, it was a rough thing, made of red paint. The door it decorated sat on the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it.
The 9 door.
It was a large double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made the red paint look especially garish.
We're finally here.
Amazing how the paint missed the door handle. Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the door. Its display read vacant.
No doubt about it. This is door 9. Oh, finally! This is the last!
Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back and his chest tightened, even as his blood began to boil. There was a moment of complete silence.
Junpei, look behind you.
You're supposed to go for the handle. Zero painted the door and then attached the handles. Both of those are reasonable routes explaining it. Either one could be the case. He turned around.
What?
Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw.
Why? A door and a 9. There's another one? Hey, what the hell? What the hell is going on here?
His words came slowly, and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. On shaky legs, he made his way to the second 9. It was a small door set parallel to the door they'd come through, but in the other corner of the room. 9. There was no mistaking the number, and if any more proof was needed, a red was bolted to the wall near the door.
There's a red there too! That means... And of course it won't open.
He grabbed the handle and shook the door. Not because he expected it to open, but because he had to make sure it was real.
But why? Why the hell are there 2 doors?
It was Ace who spoke first.
Do you think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong one?
Lotus was skeptical.
I don't know about that. It seems unlikely.
What makes you say so?
Well, think about all the rooms we've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but there are always hints about how to solve them. I'm pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle. Do you really think that at the very end of the game, Zero's going to suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck?
Then you're saying there's some sort of hint in this room.
No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here. I searched it very well when I was in here before. I didn't find anything that might have been a hint, though.
Well then, that means...
Yeah, both of these are the right door. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
2 doors, no dead. Well, I mean, you gotta go through the door in order to find the dead. But the cruel joke about the Nonary game is that on the way to the knife ending, we came across this. that the game was always, everyone was going to be able to leave. Because there are 2 number 9 doors. Junpei began to mutter to himself.
So if there are 2 number 9 doors, if we split it up, right?
That's not gonna work.
Junpei blinked and looked up at Clover. No, every numbered door has a red, which is the authentication device to open the door, and then a dead, which is to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet that starts counting down when you step through the door. Oh, you missed that part of the game? Yeah. The dead is the deactivation device. To deactivate the detonator that would set off the bomb in their gut in 81 seconds if they don't find it. That's
You've got
why
a notebook and a pen, right? Can I borrow them?
That's why every time someone goes into a room, they're like scrambling to find the blue scanner device. That's the dead. Ah.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, the very start of the game, before you choose the 4 and... Is it the 4 and 5 doors? Yes. 81 seconds? Well, the digital root of 81, 8 plus 1 is 9. And this is the nonary games. Also, 9 times 9 is 81. The nonary game. If there's a specific number for how this game functions, it all boils down to it's attached to the number 9 at some point. Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her.
Look at this.
Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down on the desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as she wrote down a series of numbers. The fuckery.
You get it?
Why would they call it that?
The numbers on the top are all the combinations with digital roots of 9. The numbers on the bottom are the people who don't fit. There's only 8 possibilities if we split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4 people.
all of the 6s in I, the Somnium Files? Yeah, jeez Louise. There's so many references to 6. There is a 999 joke, though, in it. If one of the times you go to Mama's bar, he's like, there are 18 bottles on the counter. Just kidding. There's only 9. And you're just like, I want to punch Date in the face.
So...
If 3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. If 4 go through, then 3 are left behind, right?
Yeah.
Quaternaries, the quaternary game. Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem.
No way.
The room went very quiet. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were blank.
Come to think of it,
Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around him.
what is this room?
I have not played Nirvana Initiative yet, no. I want to. And the Danganronpa side, because like the last Nintendo Direct announced a couple of things. It sounds like there's Deca Police, and then there was another game, though that one leans more heavily into the art style of Danganronpa. I don't actually know if I'll play that one. Deca Police looked more fun. The walls were covered with candles. The wavering flame made the shadows of Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the room.
It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony. But what kind?
Between them was a strip of rich red carpet. The carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the stern of the boat. At the other end of the carpet,
Is that an altar?
it was a recessed space set into the wall between the 2 other doors. Sitting on a raised section of the altar was a coffin.
A coffin?
Hello, Wasabi.
No, it couldn't possibly be.
But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. There's a space battle? Oh. That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. He decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. Because she's... Okay. At that moment, Seven spoke. There was an edge of humor to his voice, but it was forced.
Okay, I give up. I give up. I figured if we sat around here long enough, someone would volunteer. But I guess nobody's got the guts to do it.
What are you talking about?
Junpei didn't understand, and he wasn't the only one.
What, you guys didn't figure it out yet?
Wh-
Fine, let me enlighten you. Clover was mostly right with her little explanation earlier, but she missed something. She wasn't really wrong, she just... screw it! Let me just write it out.
Seven snatched up the notebook and began to write in it. Everyone else clustered around him, desperate for a look.
If you're trying to leave with a group of 3 and a group of 4 and get everybody out, Clover's right. But there's another way. Only one combination, though. If you split us up into groups of 3, 3, and 1, you can make this combination.
Wait, this means...
Don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to copy Ace or anything like that. Even if he hadn't been the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing.
The same thing? Are you saying?
Yeah, I am. I'll stay behind.
Why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? Are you some kind of idiot?
Lotus was the first to speak. That in itself was a little strange. She'd reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered.
No, I'm completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna have to owe you for getting out of here.
The rest of them began to speak all at once.
I'm against it too. I didn't want to leave Ace behind, and I don't want to leave you either.
I don't like that idea. There's gotta be other options.
I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero.
Okay, I guess everyone has their reasons, I suppose. That was such a mean reason, though, Ace. Finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven.
Well, there you go, Seven. Proposal denied. Clover's right. There's gotta be a better way than this.
Seven made some noise that was somewhere between a derisive snort and a cough.
Doesn't make any sense.
I'm intimidated by words like that, where I don't use them often enough to confidently say them correctly. He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see the twinkling of water at the corners of Seven's eyes. That was when Santa spoke. Words are hard, yeah, exactly.
Whoa, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet.
Oh yeah, Santa. Until then, Junpei hadn't realized that Santa had stayed quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable.
Are you... agreeing? You want to leave him here?
Santa shook his head.
Nah, I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone.
Then I don't see how it matters.
I said alone.
Huh?
I said I don't want to leave Seven alone.
There was a dull shine in Santa's eyes. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver.
What the hell are you...
What? You don't get it? I can't leave just one person. I need 2 more. 3 people, including Seven. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No, those are my orders.
What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you?
You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice.
What?
3, 2, 1.
Santa was so fast, Junpei could barely see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance. His feet moving like lightning. He spun and... He had June.
See? I told you.
His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile.
Huh? What?
A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze, and he could feel his breath go stale in his lungs. The fuck, Santa? Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. You're getting all the cold this Christmas. Santa's got the gun. Santa's sudden change in attitude. Saying that he needed 2 more. You think Santa deserves some derision for this? The gun in his right hand. A revolver. Santa had grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as a revolver roughly against her temple.
Why? What the hell is that?
Where on earth had Santa possibly found a gun? Junpei's questions roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke, almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion.
The gun's from the other room.
What room?
One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was gonna do this. I should have taken the gun.
Well, it's too late now, fat ass.
Damn it!
A mixture of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face, and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lips twitched into a slightly wider smile. Then the smile faded and began to move. He walked backward, dragging June with him. Before long, his back was resting against the door. On the wall next to him was the red. He put his hand on the scanner panel quickly, and then forced June to do the same.
Now, time for you to start following my orders. Ace, Lotus, congratulations! I've chosen you to come with me. Put your hands in the red.
3 + 6 + 1 + 8 = 18. That was what Santa had meant when he said he needed 2 more.
Hey, you deaf? I gave you an order.
Santa's eyes narrowed to slits. He glared at Ace and Lotus. They stayed frozen like deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car.
Right. Fine. I didn't want to waste any bullets, but you guys just don't get it.
No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than his hand twitched, and the gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out of the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real and worked.
He really shot it? But why? Santa, why are you...
Clover's voice spoke of betrayal and disbelief.
Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends.
What?
You knew about the leaf words and the 4-leaf clover.
Santa's cheek twitched, almost imperceptibly.
What the hell is that shit? I've got no idea.
You're lying!
Shut up! Just shut up! You stupid bitch! You want me to put a bullet in your fucking head?
Flecks of spit flew from Santa's mouth, his face twisted with rage. Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. When she spoke, her voice was very small.
Santa...
He snorted, and shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus.
Alright, assholes! What are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets! I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing's starting to go? Going senile, maybe?
Again, the actual fuck Santa. Yeah, this kind of comes out of nowhere. Ace and Lotus still didn't move. It almost seemed as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arm. Her eyes were wild, and her chest heaved with every quick breath, like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked furiously. What were they going to do? Santa has reasons, dumb reasons, but reasons. Yes, this is true. Then he realized something. There's nothing they needed to do. There was nothing to debate.
That's it.
June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa had commanded meant that she would be safe from at least 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot, and she would leave the ship alive, along with Santa, Ace, and Lotus. There was only one thing for Junpei to do.
It's the only way.
He turned to Ace and Lotus.
Please, go.
Huh?
No way.
Jumpy, what are you saying? If you stay here, you're going to be stuck, Jumpy! And so will Clover and Seven.
I know, but you don't need to worry about us. We'll figure something out. Right, Seven?
Right. You just leave it to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but...
Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of.
No, you can't! Ace, Lotus, don't come over! Don't worry about me, please!
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. He gently placed a hand on each of their shoulders.
Please.
And pushed them toward the door. They almost stumbled, then righted themselves and took another step. And another. They turned around, and Junpei nodded.
Go.
All right.
Fine.
Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly toward the door where Santa was waiting for them. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door marked 9. Hello, Earthbound fan. Welcome. Things are happening. Santa smiled.
All right, now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? What? You think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. The red doesn't need a person, you know? All I need is the bracelet. You get it? Good. Now put your fucking hands on the scanner. I'm not gonna say it again.
He shoved the revolver harder against June's head, and she winced.
Fine.
Ace sighed, defeated, and placed his hand on the scanner panel. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand onto the scanner panel. Santa, really? What the fuck? The 4th asterisk blinked on.
Good job. Now, Lotus, pull that lever. Soon as the door opens, you get your ass in there. Try anything stupid, and you know what happens, right?
Damn it.
Junpei could almost hear Lotus's teeth grind. The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble, a drum roll to welcome the chosen few.
Good. Go.
Lotus and Ace walked through the door, their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside, then hauled himself and June across the threshold as well. 6, 7, 8.
Later.
After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air it created caused the candles on the altar to flicker and die. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her finger the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the 2 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. Red engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red read vacant.
God.
The digital root of the remaining people was 7. 5 plus 4 plus 7 equals 16. 1 plus 6 equals 7. There was no possible way for them to open a door with 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door.
June.
He thought about June. About Akane Kurashiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. She was alive. She had escaped this horrible boat. That was what Junpei prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do?
7 opened his mouth to respond when a noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. It wasn't mechanical. It was certainly human. Junpei and 7 looked at one another.
What the hell is that?
Shh, quiet!
Clover motioned to 7 to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. The 3 of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from.
Where is it coming from? Could it be?
Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right!
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try!
Junpei and 7 grabbed hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip with what little purchase they could find and pulled with all their strength.
Damn it!
It won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one.
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open?
I think so.
The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder.
Whoever or whatever's inside this thing wants out. And now.
I know that. But how?
Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do.
They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews, and 7 investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing. Walking Dead now, boys.
There's nothing here.
Not making this easy, are they?
The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room.
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do?
Don't
How can I
dead
figure it out?
open inside.
I need something.
Oh yeah, there was. I need to roll that. Now that we're on the to be continued screen, I'm gonna do that. Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa. Now it is time. Let our game begin. And they heard me say that, so now they're saying it out there. What's going on? We don't have the information to continue from there, so we gotta do other stuff. Stop. Yes, you did. They're whispering. Alright. Will the dice land on a digital root of 5? Meaning, will it be 5 or 14? We've got 3% on yes and 97% on no, lol. So I'm gonna go off and roll that dice. I roll it down the stairs, and I take a picture of it. With my phone and put it in the Discord under roll predictions. So, those of you who are in the Discord, you will know first before I get back. Once I get back, I will announce them and hand out the points accordingly. Woo! Oh my fucking god. Hi, everyone. I'm back. And guess what? It landed on 14. No kitty interference. It just landed on 14. Which means, congratulations! The prediction result is yes!
I thought we were finished with that topic.
Amazing. How big of a payout? Let's see. 10,460 points.
If you think I'm getting some creepy dude's blood all over him, you got another thing coming.
That is quite the jump in points. Na. I want to go through door 5. I insist. Excuse me. I mean, it was a 1 in 10 chance, because there were only 2 numbers out of 20 it could be. It is safer to vote no. It just, you know, ended up actually just being 14. No, it's a 20-sided die. It's just 2 in 20 is 1 in 10. So the digital root of 14 is 5. Woo! In a room. I realized I could have probably jumped to the flowchart sooner. I have to... What door do I have to choose? Oops. Wrong thing. What door do I have to choose? The 8 door. I'm not sure. I would say a mixture. Oh god, what was it again? What door do I have to go through again? I have to go through door 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right then.
What?
What?
If there are only...
Oh god, I
three,
should just chosen.
four,
Should have just chosen the one
There are
again.
no... In other words, you get it?
Oh no, you're sick.
Hey, you got us. We got all bets.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Okay, now I should be able to, thank goodness. The details of how the explanation was explained was different because I didn't choose 3 first. Okay. And I did the right thing, so I don't have to see those. I just have to do the handle.
I believe the box has reached the floor.
They stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking, until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Try calling us an asshole now when we pick 8 Santa.
You know, speaking of experiments...
Santa suddenly stopped.
There was this experiment some scientists did with rats. First, they took a squarish C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it. The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose?
There was a moment of silence after Santa posed the question, and then Ace responded.
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified, which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment.
You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. See, these scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations. This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B.
Interesting.
But that wasn't the most impressive part. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same.
They're screaming at each other saying, "Actually, I'm Santa," back and forth. And at my dog, by the way.
The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one. These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them. And yet,
We haven't even gotten to that. I mean, well, yeah, because it was the text for the to be continued for coffin ending.
they all easily found their way to Exit A as though they already knew.
There they go.
What did it mean?
Are you suggesting something like telepathy?
I'm out of water. Ah!
They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
Ace looks skeptical. Santa snorted at him.
How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it.
He's not Satan, he's Santa.
Come on,
San
let's get
means
going.
3.
There's still a lot here we haven't checked out.
Any of you chumps know Japanese? Well, San means 3. So, Santa. Santa.
And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out.
That was something that he said at the start of the game, by the way. I'm just quoting him. Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone.
Hey, wait.
You don't
There's
want to
something I
talk
want
to
to
a
ask you.
scientist.
What?
Santa stopped and turned around.
Why did they use that tank for the experiment?
Huh?
Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown?
Santa gave a grim bark of a laugh.
You know, the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that? Huh? Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else.
Do any of you chumps know Japanese? To a room with at least 3 other Japanese people. You got Akane Kurashiki, Junpei, and... we don't actually really know yet where anyone else is from. So I'm gonna hold off on that one.
So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration.
Actually, if I remember correctly, most, if not the entire cast, well, I mean, not the entire. I know not the entire, but most of the cast is Japanese, which is why that line is so funny.
Inspiration?
Yeah. Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need.
So in an emergency, your real potential emerges. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, some characters' names are dubisms. They're English versions. I know Snake, Seven, and Lotus have different code names. Although Sevens is just, I believe, the Japanese word for 7, so they just were like, do 7. Since Santa had already done that. Meanwhile, I believe Lotuses, Snake, and Lotuses and Snakes are completely different reasonings behind why they chose the names they chose, on top of the fact that their names are not Lotus and Snake. But I don't remember off the top of my head what they're supposed to be.
Oh.
Those are localized. I think it's just because what Lotus pulls from is so, like, obscure it leans more into how she like why, like it kind of gives a hint as to like her being a programmer or having used to work for cybersecurity. It comes less out of complete left field in the Japanese version because her code name is based off of, I think, I forgot, but it was some scientist involving math. Not a lotus has 8 petals. Back of his head, Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching and his stomach felt strange. Yeah, interesting. Cargo room. 9 photos.
Now we finally have all 9 picture cards.
Oh, quick, Ace, handle it. Just then, Junpei heard a noise. He spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence.
Hey, June, are you okay?
She did not respond. Junpei spun back around to face Ace.
I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You finished the box thing, alright? Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you.
He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off toward June.
Are you alright? What happened?
Junpei called out to her as he ran.
Can you stand?
As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Just let me see for a sec.
Junpei put his palm on her forehead.
Huh.
You're still warm.
Her temperature was much the same as it had been the last time he'd checked. She wasn't hot like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone.
I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know?
Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing up.
Still, to fall down like that? I think she's probably still a little messed up.
June was doing her best to busy herself, brushing dust off of her dress. Make it sound like she ate it, which she probably did, but it doesn't seem like it really helped her up, man. Her smile looked a little embarrassed, and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had. Still.
Alright, well, let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep, and I'll be fine.
Medicine? Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
Ace? Why?
Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company. Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think. Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
Soparil. Soparil. I've heard of that before somewhere.
Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard about Soparil before. Santa continued.
Soparil. It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature. A lot like how nitrous oxide is. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective.
I'm just, you know.
A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer. It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug. It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and of course that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals' stock did too.
Why do you know all of this?
Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and simple.
I heard it from the old man himself.
From Ace? When?
By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second-class room. Remember how Snake, 7, and you went to door 5? It was back then. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
Huh.
Are you worried about something?
No, nothing.
As he spoke, Junpei looked over toward Ace.
Hmm.
He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes.
What the hell is he doing?
Turn back to June and Santa.
June, don't push yourself, all right?
Yes.
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
Sure.
He gave them both a short nod, then turned and headed toward Ace.
What are you doing?
Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. The older man turned around to look at him. His face was pale and covered in sweat.
What happened?
Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry, I think, because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment.
What can't you see well?
These pictures.
Ace held the cards out to Junpei, splayed out in the shape of a fan.
I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing.
He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed and his lips were pale and drawn.
At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit.
He shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically.
How could simply looking at cards have tired him out?
Junpei looked down at the cards in his hands. All of the pictures were quite clear, and each person easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad?
But if it wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable?
That was when Junpei remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier.
Prosopagnosia. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
Maybe he's got prosopagnosia?
He couldn't appreciate the sweet, sweet Junpei card. Yeah. Well, maybe it just radiated enough energy that he felt like he needed to eat one of them, like Junpei did when looking at it. Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs, looking quite depressed.
Huh. Well, he looks depressed enough to have it.
If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help that much. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best he keep Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being.
Oh well.
Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes.
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began.
Ace's card is in box 1, Snake's is in number 2.
Okay, good. What do I click on? I want to pull up the menu! There we go. Clover's missing! I'll trade you a holographic Junpei for a foil Clover. Junpei and June ran to the large hospital room together. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
Alright, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room.
Shower room?
That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him.
June bit her lip. She knew, as Junpei did, that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant.
Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go.
There was a screwdriver stuck between the door and the frame.
Good. We can still get in.
We should thank Seven later.
Junpei and June slipped through the door, moved down the hallway, and stepped into the shower room.
No luck.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
June's voice was faint, and she placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little green.
The smell is horrible.
The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since their last visit. If Junpei had eaten a lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. And the only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider.
Let's check the back, just to be sure.
June offered no resistance, and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. He stopped at the corner and turned his head.
Oh, she's not here.
As he'd expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body, lying in a reddish-brown puddle of dry and drying blood.
Snake, just where did your sister go?
Junpei whispered to what once was Snake. He'd ask rhetorically, of course, as there was no way he'd get an answer. He gave a deep sigh.
Such a horrible way to go. The skull shattered, the left arm's hideously twisted. Huh? Wait.
The bright white of the ulna was clearly visible through the remains of skin and muscle. Bright white ulna.
Bones.
Pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad.
Of course! Of course! Why didn't I realize it earlier?
Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. But the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm. Or at least it had been once. That meant the corpse.
Jumpy?
June's unsure voice at Junpei's suddenly strange behavior drew his attention back to her.
Oh, sorry for making you wait. Let's go.
Junpei and June headed back toward the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They had reached the stairs when Seven appeared, breathless and yelling.
Junpei! June! Where were you guys?
He looked pale, and his face was drawn. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath caught in his throat.
Did something happen?
Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air.
Clover is dead. I found her in the first-class bathroom.
All sound ceased for Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. June's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't. And now she was dead. So he stood there, frozen in place.
Clover. Why? Why did this happen?
He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse. No breath. But she was still warm, and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. He traced its source to her back. A gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? It was a knife. The killer had taken it away when they left, or had taken it when they left. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover smile.
Clover!
Her innocent smile. Her energy. He would never see her smile again.
No way.
He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot.
Let's get out of here, June.
Junpei lifted a limp June from the door and carried her from the bathroom.
Are you alright?
It was a foolish question, and he knew it.
Yes, I think so.
Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back to the bedroom.
You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit?
Yes.
She nodded once and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it and looked around as the slumped figures gathered there.
Who was the first to find the body?
Me.
Seven spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. Seven's hand was up.
Why did you come to this room?
To look for Clover. Why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys! I found her, but it's bad! She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin! Come quick! Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right?
Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to ask.
Seven, there's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room? Oh, you think I did it?
Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
For crying out loud.
Seven sighed and shook his head.
Follow me.
There were 2 doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right.
A closet?
Yeah.
Seven stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured toward a small box. The box was a small metal cube. He looked at Junpei.
This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it. Alright, B. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the raid. And thank you.
Figured it wouldn't open.
It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it.
Huh?
There was one change, however.
This is...
Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder.
rust.
Junpei stared at it, considering.
If there's rust here, that means... Has someone opened the safe?
Junpei left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bedroom.
Huh?
It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there.
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover.
As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway of door number 5.
Behind this door. The ninth man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case.
Quietly, he pushed open the door.
Ugh.
The smell hit him like a blow to the face.
Oh, the hell? This smell is...
His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, turning what little food was there into violent froth. It was too much for him, and he vomited. A thin stream of yellow water and bile splattered onto the floor. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of its intestines had slid out onto the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up. Thank you. Thank you, game descriptions. On the floor next to the broken mess of the man's head lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. Bloodstains near them had already dried, like scabs on the floor.
Wait.
That was when he noticed.
It's gone. His bracelet. It's gone. It was right next to the glasses.
But now, it was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone.
But why?
Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice.
Huh? Where'd Junpei go?
It had drifted out to him from the living room.
Uh,
Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway.
Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room.
Yeah.
Did you find something?
He thought for a moment before he responded.
No, nothing.
Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything. In a way, in fact, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The 9th man's bracelet.
What's up?
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it?
Seven led Junpei back to the bathroom.
Clover.
As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip and then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips.
What was it you wanted to show me?
His voice was hollow and empty.
I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a knife or something. And I found this.
As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head, then knelt down and flipped open her right hand.
What?
She was holding a piece of paper.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
What?
He wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important.
I'm opening it.
He picked it up and carefully opened it. There were 2 sentences written on it.
Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
Seven peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note.
A code.
The first clue was likely the phrase, sinister hand. Sinister hand means...
Sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms. The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean?
Junpei looked at his own left arm. At the bracelet on his wrist.
Does the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet?
He examined the bracelet closely.
There's 2 things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone.
Truth gone. Maybe those 2 words. What else could gone and
What
truth
else could
mean?
gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that's fact. In other words, something that is right. You could then safely assume that gone means left. After all, after someone left, they were gone. But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms. then truth equals right, and gone equals left.
Junpei looked at the bracelet again.
The left and right of the bracelet. These two things sticking out. So if I...
Press them in the following order. Right, left, right, left, right, left. Right, left, right, left, right, left. And then... No, I did not. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. One after another, 8 numbers flashed on, then off, of the face of Junpei's bracelet.
Wait, did it just...
He checked one more time to be sure. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Huh? Hey, what are those numbers?
Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers, and the order they came in, if he said anything.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed toward the bedroom.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. The lock was the only device he could think of that required a sequence of numbers such as the ones he'd just discovered. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? Junpei slowly dialed in the numbers the bracelet had given him.
1 to the right, 4 to the left, and... Oh,
Finished.
bingo. I knew it was for this.
A small telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it up.
Oh, is this some sort of note?
Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding.
Let's see.
Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact number 1. The nonary game was played once before, 9 years ago. Fact number 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO, Gentaro Hongo, Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff, Nagisa Nichisaki, Cradle Pharmaceuticals R&D Supervisor, Teruaki Kubota, majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Kagechika Musashido. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. 0. Junpei left the closet.
Huh.
Ta-da! There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, 7, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his vest.
Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you?
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room.
Why?
Hey, I got your note.
There's something I want to be sure of.
What do you want to be sure of?
I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah, I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover.
The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by attention like a strap of leather stretched to its limit. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice.
Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there.
Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock in the main staircase. The bell rang 5 times, then ceased.
It's 5 o'clock.
We've only got an hour left.
We don't have a lot of time left. Let's go.
Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom.
Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me.
Junpei stopped in front of door 3 and turned around.
Ace, 7, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red?
Hmm? Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just...
No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover.
Junpei's implication was clear, and 7 understood perfectly. Well, to be fair, there's a big reason why he can't just say who he thinks it is. It will be explained as it goes on. Don't worry.
Fine.
What about you, Ace? Lotus?
Very well.
Sure.
Quickly, they pressed their palms onto the red. Once they had finished, they stepped away from the door, as Junpei had instructed. 3 asterisks shone from the red's display panel.
I have this idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it. It instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close. You don't actually need a hand.
Junpei approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it, and instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk appeared.
I knew it.
Just as Junpei had expected. It was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so long as the bracelet was brought near it. Junpei pulled the lever down. Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. And the door shut, unfed. Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well.
Huh?
It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well.
What was that about?
How should I know?
Clearly, they were all expecting some answers.
Thanks. I appreciate your cooperation.
Clearly, they'd hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued.
By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
What? What kind of question?
Just answer it, please. Who am I?
You're Junpei, of course. Who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa.
What?
Ace's voice was full of surprise, but it was also tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued.
The clothes I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So, you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right?
Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at Junpei.
You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5.
As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist to show everyone the bright red 5 on his wrist. Well, it's blue, but the bracelet is red.
Sorry, Ace. I tricked you.
Sorry.
Of course, I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was? Ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face.
Or you don't look like him.
Ace, you have prosopagnosia, am I right?
Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth. So did Ace.
Prosopagnosia?
The others looked confused.
What's that?
No clue.
Prosopagnosia is...
He heard Lotus begin to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them, then turned back toward Junpei and sighed.
Very well. I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia.
Ace's face tightened. His eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds.
I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him.
Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had grown very, very quiet. Fucking called it! But could you have called how and why? I feel like Ace is not very subtle, I'll be honest. I wanted to hold back because I didn't want to just say it, but now that it's out there, yeah, Ace is not very subtle. However, there's a reason why he's not subtle. And we already know why, but I won't say. The room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us.
Lotus looked away awkwardly. Junpei glanced at her and continued.
Then you, Ace, said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Doors 7 and 8. There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now, I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Okay, Value. It's...
Altruism, huh?
Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting and lazily... You have dirt in one of your claws. I thought you broke a nail, dude. And lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear.
You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes.
Pleading was not something they'd heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled the piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness. Look at this. He's trying to be like, Oh, yeah. I hope someone answers that phone because I fucking
Oh well,
called
that's
it.
cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice.
No, I am not that stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room. It's not Snake's.
What?
Ace's face went pale. The others looked confused as well. If the body wasn't Snake's...
I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's
I'm
left
only
arm was
partially
prosthetic.
stupid.
He'd lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh God. No. That's impossible.
Ace had started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long past caring.
Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people.
This is Dort. Yes. Wait. Yeah. Yes. This was past door 8, right? No, this was 6 door. But did I go through... I did go through the 8 door. Okay, I just needed something.
And yet, they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait. Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least 2 motives. 1, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2, Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you. So you...
Hey, hold on a minute.
For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace spoke.
What's the past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him?
Look at this.
He handed Santa a small piece of paper.
What's this piece of paper?
Santa squinted at the paper and began to read.
The nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this?
Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met Junpei's.
It's the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first class cabin.
Then suddenly...
Give me a break!
Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury tinged with desperation.
That paper is a lie! Someone is trying to frame me!
Me. You said me, right?
Junpei's eyes narrowed, and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flicked off of Junpei to something. Anything else.
Wouldn't that mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken?
It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face, and as he realized what he'd done, his eyes went wide.
Very well. I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all,
Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself into a more tenable position.
Junpei, you're claiming I did this all by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone.
Everything that guy just said was bullshit. Thank you.
I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
Nope. You could have.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Ace's face was tight, and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close.
Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this.
Junpei put his hand into his pocket.
No! You couldn't have!
Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled.
I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3.
1 + 2 + 9 = 12. 1 + 2 = 3.
That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket.
Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped, halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twitching like a dying fish.
If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me. I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
Seven cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. Ace roared with laughter, threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. Knuckles that really needed to be cracked a while ago. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion. New sprite, who dis?
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the Red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B deck.
His voice showed no emotion. No sense of remorse or interest. It was almost bored. Dog barking, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate letter.
My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary game. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root.
1 + 9 = 10. 1 + 0 = 1. 2 + 9 = 11. 1 + 1 = 2. 3 + 9 = 12. 1 + 2 = 3.
As you can see, 9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere, with anyone. It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. In mere moments, I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There was also an unexpected bonus. The knife the 9th man had used. I quickly pocketed both of them and left. I made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake. Well, this guy X, actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room and hadn't noticed me. The man wearing Snake's clothes arrived at door 3. When he stopped, I walked up behind him and called out, "Snake." He turned around. He said nothing. His mouth simply hung half open. He seemed dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged. It wasn't important. I tend to gloss over little things like that. I was certain that man was Snake. I knew Snake had taken part in the nonary game 9 years ago. Being blind, it made sense that he didn't recognize me immediately upon our first meeting.
Yeah, there's only one 9 bracelet.
But why then hadn't Snake said anything to me later? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the nonary game. But not once did he attempt to confront me.
Where's there?
Did his lack of sight prevent him from fully recognizing who I was? Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive
there's
me.
this one.
Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. I had to get rid of him before he took action. With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the red. I waved my own bracelet in front of the red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. I threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed.
The man inside the door passed away.
After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang.
Ace's eyes were cold, and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed, then spoke.
Ace, did you kill Clover?
Yes.
Why? Why did you kill her?
She was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it.
Is what? Pallid? Pallid is like... kind of like pale. It's like a synonym to it, basically.
Found what?
Why don't you go through door 1 yourself?
Yeah, Stephen King really likes the word pallid. I guess it's like, not really pale, but more like deathly or whatever. When your face has like that, when it goes pale and it has like a waxy look.
Perhaps it's hidden somewhere.
Seven and Lotus interrupted.
Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
Yes. I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I doubt the two of you could find it.
Hmm?
Huh?
But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate to find her. And at last I did, in the first-class cabin. I spoke very calmly.
He is not good with dialogue.
Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Uh-huh. What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the 9th man's corpse? I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone.
No!
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor, hard.
You're staying here.
No!
She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run.
Don't you run, little girl.
He was faster.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. He felt guilt or remorse or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being. It didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
Seven's whole body trembled with rage, and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty, and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing, no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost. Completely and utterly. Don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero, not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I looked the fool. And it was a trap, make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room, if he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Suddenly, Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last word Zero had written on it. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. Zero. And he remembered other words. Words he'd heard from Clover.
I think Zero is one of us.
Huh?
One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace. Santa. June. 7. Lotus.
Zero is one of us? No. Wait. There's one more person. Snake. The man who died in the shower room isn't Snake. That means he's almost certainly still alive. Maybe Snake is Zero. Maybe he made Guy X wear his clothes so that we'd all think he was dead. Where's Snake now? What if he's off somewhere laughing at us? If he is Zero, he must have been lying to us about everything else. Is he watching us?
Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving?
He sounded as if he'd just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw.
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch! We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch? She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong? You bastard!
7 roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw. But someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace, raised a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose.
Blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you? I confess, I rather like a tough woman.
He sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Before that, let me give you one of my own.
Huh?
Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arms around her and pulled Lotus back up against him. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. It was a gun. The revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's head.
If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger. I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
3 people? What do you mean?
Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me. Although I suppose, to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed. While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet. Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later. And with that...
If you guys missed it...
Have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then.
Why is it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here! Oh my god, there's no time left! Listen, I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him! Ah!
I had 4 reasons for killing him.
1.
As I said before, in the nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on.
2.
I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. That's the second reason.
3.
Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago. It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information.
4.
Lastly, I wished to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this nonary game was serious, or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome.
Junpei glared at him.
I don't get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago?
Didn't I say? The nonary game was played. I planned it out, and I conducted its execution.
Why? What on earth was it supposed to do?
I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that.
Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun had never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook.
Hey, what's with this gun? Where did he get this?
Why don't you tell her, Santa?
Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace.
On the other side of door 6, we found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room, right? The bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking.
Indeed I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind.
Ace laughed. A short, derisive snort, and gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look.
Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
Well, where are you going?
Do I really need to explain? I had assumed it would be obvious. I have the number 9 bracelet, and now I have Lotus.
I did it. What did I do? 9 plus 8 plus 1 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
Wasn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it?
And how do you know that?
Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover.
I see.
Yes, I know. Uh-huh. Why didn't you take the bullets? I think at the time of the room in which no one suspected Ace of any foul play, it wouldn't make a lot of sense if they were like, let's just take the bullets. More like a lack of hindsight. Hindsight is 20/20. If they were confident and trusted each other that no one was gonna take the gun, why would they make sure that the gun would be useless by taking the bullets?
Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, and please, don't forget my warning.
So, you can determine from information from other endings, because no matter what happens in any timeline, 2 things happen. Ace takes the number 9 bracelet. Ace kills the man wearing Snake's clothes in the shower room behind door 3. Which means every ending in which they make it a point to mention that Lotus's bracelet is missing, you know now, with certainty, why she was killed and who killed her. So in the knife ending, in the sub ending, and implied in the axe ending, when he's like, I need to show you something, Lotus. Lotus dies. That or he forced her to go through the number 9 door. We don't know. Considering he says they haven't been back yet, it's kind of up in the air whether or not she's dead, but given that every path except for this one, he doesn't have the gun, she's probably dead.
Move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know.
As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him.
Shit! He's getting away! But we can't risk it.
Junpei, Santa, June, and Seven stood, frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. They had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit.
Now, Lotus, open the door for me if you would.
He forced Lotus to open it, then turned and addressed them once more.
Goodbye.
Then he stepped through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone.
Damn it!
As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
Hey, June, what happened? Are you alright?
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way.
Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay?
June's fever had returned, again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps.
I'm okay. Really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus.
She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk.
But...
Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Jumpy, don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please, please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's just gonna let her walk away?
Damn it. You guys go on ahead. Soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go!
Junpei looked at June.
Huh?
She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. But it was all the confirmation Junpei, fuck, I read that name wrong. Junpei needed. His resolve was set.
All right, come on, Seven. We're going after Ace.
June needed to convince June to get Junpei to leave.
Hell yeah!
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you.
Got it.
Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him.
Let's go!
Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. Well, somebody used that launcher. Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room.
Where are they?
I'm gonna remember that one, Theta.
I don't see them.
Seven, got it. Shut up.
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palmful of sweat from his brow.
Maybe.
Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors.
Let's check the red.
The display panel read vacant. He spun around and headed toward the smaller door. The red would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room.
Engaged. It's occupied.
What you just said.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but...
The two of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah, not even counting how our digital route isn't 9.
Just then, as they were pondering what to do next, there was a noise. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel.
What's that sound?
Junpei looked up, surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room looking for the source of the sound.
It's coming from over there.
It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or, more precisely, what was on it.
The coffin.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force!
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
I forget. Anyway, we've gotta try.
Junpei and Seven leapt at the coffin. They grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled.
Damn it!
See? Didn't I tell you? If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
Seven pointed at a keypad on the side of the coffin.
Right. So unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open.
The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do, Junpei wondered.
Was there some sort of clue somewhere?
They stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first-class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Truth had gone, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing, too.
Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right? Zero set up both of these.
Yeah, probably.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
Why don't you just try it? I mean, it's not like you'll make things any worse.
It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number.
How do you know that? You never know until you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
You.
Fine.
He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he'd repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind.
1438 3421.
It's like memorizing a phone number. Quickly, he typed them in. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pressed the E button. It only took a moment.
What? You gotta be kidding me.
There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside.
Snake!
You? Why?
Ah, those voices. Junpei and Seven, unless I'm mistaken.
He alive! He living! Whoa!
Where are the others? Are they elsewhere?
Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but they had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently, he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them.
I see. I believe I got the gist of everything. Have I been sufficiently caught up?
No. There was one thing they kept from him. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane. Well, if the guy that's in the shower room is wearing Snake's clothes, he had to wear something.
Yeah.
They decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin.
But that still doesn't explain why you were trapped in here.
We've still got no clue about Zero's true identity, let alone why the hell he's doing all this. Why did he put Guy X in Snake's clothes? Is all this stuff somehow related to that nonary game that was played 9 years ago?
Hey, Snake, do you know anything?
Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating.
What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying.
It seemed as though Snake was perhaps not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and Seven little good.
Oh, come on, just tell us if you know.
I don't know what to tell you. How can I know something I don't?
No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted.
This is bad. We're running out of time.
We need to go after Ace.
However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood, at a loss for what they should do next.
What do we do now?
He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on Snake's wrist.
The 3 of us can't make a digital root of 9.
Yeah, we just get 5.
We're stuck here then.
Oh. Hey, I just remembered something.
Seven began patting his pockets as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything.
What?
What is it?
I found something earlier.
What did you find?
This.
He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Seven pulled out something round and metal. A bracelet. There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from the face like a cartoon eye.
0. Zero's bracelet.
What did you say? Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet?
Yeah.
Where did you get that?
Snake's question was innocent enough, but he learned the truth. If he'd been able to see, he would have noticed Seven look away.
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it. See, on the other side of door 1, A deck, in the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
He's lying.
Junpei could tell right away that Seven wasn't telling the truth.
He even told us earlier.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
He probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover.
All right, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
Wait, what?
7 + 2 + 0 = 9.
Come on, man. I'm just kidding. Still, just in case, I want to make sure the 0 bracelet gets picked up by the red. Snake, give me a hand, all right?
Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Junpei and Snake followed him quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the 2 doors. Seven and Snake put their palms on the red. Once they'd done that, Seven put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 7 + 2 + 0 = 9. Now they just needed to pull the lever and the door would open.
Huh? Why isn't it opening?
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually 0.
Huh?
What?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains.
Oh, got it!
Junpei nodded. They decided to use the following combination. Snake, Junpei,
Let's
and
try
the bracelet.
Snake, me, and the bracelet.
2 + 5 = 7.
If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 2.
Door didn't open. Mysterious bracelet
Didn't
wasn't
open.
2.
Guess it's not 2.
Then,
Junpei, 7 and the
let's
bracelet.
try me, 7, and the bracelet.
1 + 2 = 3.
If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6.
They scanned in their bracelets.
It opened.
Yes, so it would seem.
7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful, and looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he thought.
That means the bracelet is actually 6.
5 + 7 + 6 = 18. 1 + 8 = 9.
But how is that possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0.
Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had until recently been dry.
Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go!
But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah. You know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem. My last resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
Last?
Resort?
Junpei, Seven, and Snake ran, full tilt down a long, straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, Seven spoke.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine that most people would have taken it to mean that I was Zero. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. I'd just take my bracelet off.
Snake's plan had been simple but effective. He'd simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei, it had looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so how had he done it?
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin.
I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's a fake arm.
Don't have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet.
You are correct.
He'd walked through the door easily without authenticating. He stepped out of the other side, unscathed, and began running down the hall alongside Seven and Junpei. They kept running for a while longer, and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the staircase.
I think these stairs connect to the bottom deck.
Doesn't look like it's underwater.
They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. What questions do you have? Why? Why what? Why not tell everyone? Because... Well, for the same reason as why he couldn't just simply take the bracelet off. He didn't want to... How did Zero not know he had a fake arm? Oh. Shrug. I say that, that's a lie. What if I told you Zero did? And didn't care? They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. All will be revealed on the next episode because I'm not going down the route to the true ending. I've been live for 7 hours. It took only a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door. Well, there's a lot of things, like, at the beginning, he didn't share the card that had the information about how the red and the dead worked. Because Zero gave that information to him. And so he was like, yeah, if I just had this, unless I'm forced to share it, I'm not gonna. So he had already established pretty early on that he doesn't like to share unnecessary information. Or at least what he deems is unnecessary. Do people really need to know that his arm is fake? And that he can just take his bracelet off? No! Announcing it early would be lorded over the rest of them at that point, when they hadn't even interacted at all, as some type of advantage over them. And, well, the ninth man having the greatest advantage of them all did not last very long, so I think it was good that he didn't tell anybody. He would have been targeted faster, and probably not exclusively by Ace. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door.
Let's go through that door.
Junpei threw it open. Well, the thing is that they were at a state in which they didn't even were like, we can't share personal information. which was Seven's idea, not Snake's. He was the one who was like, we need code names. We can't share things because we don't know what Zero knows and we don't know what Zero doesn't know. You know? So I think he was just like, I don't know. Like you said, playing his cards close to the chest. Even if nobody was going to target him for it, it's still an advantage that it's to the same effect as if somebody said, don't worry guys, I'll hold on to the gun for you. It's just better to not. Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. It read, incinerator.
Incinerator?
Oh my. That doesn't sound
I'll
very
hold
pleasant.
on to the gun, you hold on to the bullets. Hindsight 2020.
Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps?
Yeah, right over here.
How did you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so.
Logic 101. I feel like you're trying to deconstruct this a little too aggressively. I'm not trying to say the game is perfect and has no flaws, but I don't see any flaws with Snake's logic of not wanting to share that his arm is fake. Junpei grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look, and jogged over to the lever.
If you pull it, the door ought to open.
Got it.
He pulled the lever down. With the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back, and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. Yeah, but that would require everyone to have to share something. And nobody did. I think the tone for how much trust and information they were willing to share is established by Seven saying, we shouldn't share each other's names. Don't tell us any information that isn't apparent or obvious. When June was going to say, oh, we know each other from elementary school, Seven stops her and is like, no, don't tell us things we don't need to know. Which sets the tone for everyone else that it's like, okay, don't share information beyond what's absolutely necessary. At that point, it hadn't really that nobody was dead yet. The only thing they knew is that they had all been kidnapped, and as far as anyone was concerned, other than June sharing Junpei's name on accident, was that it was under the assumption that nobody knew each other. And it's not as if Snake is the only one who withheld information. Ace withheld information. Santa is probably withholding information, given the ending where he has the gun. Lotus hid information. It's not just... I don't think it's fair to say Snake should have told everyone about his arm if everyone also had things that they were just outright not willing to share. You know? That's all. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. Yeah, I just... It's because no one did. Because no one did, it makes sense that Snake wouldn't. Especially after 9 Guy went. He was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. But perhaps more interesting was what Junpei saw behind them. 9. He's in 30 pieces now. We need to build trust because any of us could spill anything that might be important. Yeah, the thing is like, there's no guarantee that even if you had, that everyone else would. The importance behind not sharing the information is sourced at that point from that they don't really know how much Zero knows about them. I think that could be a possibility if it weren't for the fact that everyone in the story is in agreement that it's like, yeah, we don't really know who kidnapped us. I don't really feel comfortable with him knowing more about me if he doesn't know. Which there was no guarantee whether or not he did. Yes, in a sense, but the whole point of the experiment and why by the ritual looking room there are 2 9 doors is that in the route that led to the knife ending, Junpei realizes that the entire point of the thought experiment for the nonary game was that seek a way out, seek a door that has a number 9. Everyone, and in all timelines, assumed that there's only one. Meaning that no matter what happened, by the end of it, some people would be left behind. And that the whole point of the experiment, or of what was going on with the nonary game, was to create an us or them situation. I feel like at this point, I don't think anyone will question Snake's fake arm because of, well, Ace.
What? Why?
You can crush your hand like paper mache and take your bracelet off? Cool. By the way, there's a guy holding a lady by gunpoint. We kind of need to stop him. I'm not trying to just... The game's not over yet. Like, it's really not. So, there's more to it that I can't say without being spoilery.
Why is there another one?
The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As his brain finally began to consider why, whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero.
A terrifying smile twisted Ace's face.
What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
It's said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Who are you?
You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake.
Snake? Oh, yes. You are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive.
Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his teeth.
If you don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei 7. The three of you couldn't have opened a door with a 9. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
What?
2 plus 5 plus 7 plus 4 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
Ah, well, your reaction suggests that you did not.
Hold on. Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet?
Junpei felt his chest tighten.
Oh, they haven't told you?
Told me what?
Clearly not. Normally I would take some time and enjoy the moment. But I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover.
Don't do it, Ace! Keep your goddamn mouth shut!
Clover.
I said stop it! Don't listen to him, Snake.
Junpei could feel his voice going hoarse, but Snake didn't listen to him.
What happened to Clover?
Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into the hook of a cruel smile.
Clover died.
The color left Snake's face. He shook his head weakly.
No, that's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie.
Well, they didn't...
Oh, it's quite true. I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
What?
I'm sorry, did I stutter? I killed her.
Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, mottled red, rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked, to Junpei, disturbingly like a demon.
I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the 9th man had, you remember. I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft. My knife slid in so easily. There was no resistance. That feeling was... I confess, I feel rather excited. It is a powerful memory. Someday, perhaps, I hope I can feel it again.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
I'm going to kill you.
Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible.
What was that?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now. I'm waiting.
Don't do it! Don't listen to him, Snake! Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head.
Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Don't! The Snake! Don't do it!
But Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair.
Snake! Snake!
Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Junpei, her eyes wide with terror.
Lotus! Hurry! This way!
Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she'd made a run for it. She reached Seven and Junpei and ducked behind them.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
must give me the woman.
He raised the gun.
I need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door.
1 plus 8 plus 9 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
Quickly now! I don't have time for your shenanigans.
In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor.
I see. Then it would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call Seven. I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will begin in 4 minutes.
Well, it looks as though our time together is at an end. I rather enjoyed playing with you.
Damn it!
Junpei could see Ace's finger tighten. He could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tensed, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh.
Goodbye.
Then it happened.
Kill you.
Snake stood up.
What? No, that's impossible.
For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward, 1 step closer to Ace. Then another. He looked, for all the world, like a zombie.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
True. His voice was the mournful wailing of the undead.
Stay away from me. Get back. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll... Get away from me.
Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. He continued his stiff, inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure fury.
Listen to me! I said don't come any closer! Shit! You bastard!
Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times, the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his body. A fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. And then his strength was gone. His legs crumbled, and his broken and battered body slid to the floor.
Incineration will begin in 3 minutes.
Finally, you're...
Accenting Theta. That was Clover's younger sibling energy. But Snake wasn't done.
I'll kill you.
Even as the pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid toward Ace. 1 bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg.
You won't get away.
And the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone.
You son of a bitch! You're a monster! Get off me! Let me go, damn you!
He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once a snake has ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it.
This is it, Ace. We're going to burn to death together. What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Yeah, damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay, look. Think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily.
He has 5 bullets in his torso. Ace, what the fuck?
You don't have to die. You could be saved. Just let me go.
pathetic. Begging for your life.
Then Seven and Lotus began to speak. Junpei could hear tears in their voices, and their words were strained.
Snake, that's enough! You can stop now!
Or tears? I don't know.
Yes! He's right, Snake! You've done enough!
You're in pharma, dude, not surgery.
Come on, Snake, let's go! Let's get out of here!
You have to come with us! We have to leave together!
Snake turned toward them. He coughed and blood splattered across the floor. And he smiled, a sad sort of smile.
I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me.
Shut up! Be quiet!
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that. Perhaps in the afterlife, she can forgive me. Now go. Go now. You have to go.
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
God damn it! Shit! We're out of time! We gotta go!
Seven ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him. But Junpei couldn't move. Present tense, not past. There were white lines down Snake's cheeks where his tears had washed the blood away. He was broken, body and soul. But Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung. He tried desperately to swallow, to clear the lump in his throat.
Junpei, what are you doing? You have to get out of here now!
Junpei's chest tightened, pulled taut by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart alongside the torrent of blood. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller. And then it broke, crashing down with thunderous force onto his shaken, unprepared mind.
Snake! Snake!
Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Or he tried to.
Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei!
He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Junpei's arms to his side and was hauling him bodily back toward the door.
No! No! I have to help Snake! 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 Get off of me! Let me go!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 7, 6.
Damn it, I don't get a choice, kid! Don't blame me for this, alright?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down.
That was a lot of conversation in 1 second.
Beginning incineration.
Junpei felt Seven's fist bury itself deep in his stomach, and then his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. It slammed shut behind them. Junpei struggled to shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door. There was a small window cut into it. Inside, he could see Ace and Snake.
Shit! Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this! Answer me! Answer me, Zero! Why? Why? Zero! Zero!
Because you're murdering Jack or Jerkass, that's why Ace. Yes. He didn't know how much time passed. He didn't know how long he stood there, in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, and if not for the hand she'd put against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Junpei said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door, in the hallway they'd come down earlier.
Hey, wait! Junpei!
Junpei, where are you going?
He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped.
You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June.
You're gonna bring them here?
How?
Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait, all right?
He began to walk again. He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going.
I saw an elevator on the way here. If I can get it to work, then maybe...
Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it.
Please work.
He pushed it, and the door opened.
Yes.
Junpei was in the large hospital room.
June! Santa!
He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. But try as he might, he couldn't find them.
Damn it. Where did they go?
Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that felt it would be wrong to, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. Check the freezer first. Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing. But there, on the red carpet in the center of the room... June! No, codenames didn't matter any longer. She was Connie.
Connie!
Junpei cried her name and ran. Like lightning, he ran across the room toward her.
Connie!
He stumbled to a stop. As he looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still. So very still.
No. It can't be. It's impossible.
Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hands shook, and he felt very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back was moving. Slowly, it rose and fell. Leaf washed over him.
Oh, Connie!
Junpei reached down and gently, very gently lifted her up.
Connie, are you alright?
Jumpy?
Her face was pale, and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei, but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. She was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest.
Oh man. Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel...
Jumpy, I'm sorry.
Her voice was very faint.
I might not make it.
No. No way. No way I am going to let you die. I am going to save you. I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Oh, don't give me that I was crap. You're going to see me again lots more times. You just got to hang on. All right, Connie?
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame. He looked down at Akane. There was a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke.
0. You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding?
Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice.
What the hell are you talking about? No. No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Connie. You can't. That is impossible. Why? Because you chose the wrong path. The wrong path? That is correct. Your path is inevitable, however. Admit defeat. Where there is shadow, there is light. Where there is the absence of light, there is no shadow. So it goes. What are you talking about? I told you! I am not gonna lose! No, you misunderstand. You have lost. I have lost. What?
Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. He heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it 0?
Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise.
She managed a single nod. Junpei laid her back down gently and leapt for the door. He yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving anywhere.
Damn it. Where are you? It doesn't matter. I need to get Connie out first.
Didn't want to leave Connie alone any longer than he had to. So Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel.
Connie!
She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before. And now she was gone.
Oh God. No. No. Where is she? Connie. Connie! Connie! Connie!
His cry split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away, and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. Agane! That was when he noticed it.
Huh?
A strange smell. One he'd smelled before.
Wait. This is... white smoke.
9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. Yes? What? I'm gonna skip that. The end! Or is it? Because they didn't know they were gonna be kidnapped, Jumpy. I should have considered it. Intense music is intense. Safe ending. But we have... What is this? What is this? Look. If we take this door and go this way and get all these keys and we follow the correct path, we get a key to the safe. And now over here, in a completely different timeline, where we couldn't have possibly gotten the information, the coffin ending is unlocked. I'm going into novel mode and I'm saving though. You'll just have to wait until the next installment. Yeah, because you opened the safe. That is why it is called the safe ending. Ending tease. Okay. So far, every single, like, after the third door, it's all just like visual novel stuff. That's not the case. There's going to be more puzzles, and it's midnight, so I'm gonna call it here. But don't worry, we'll resume this. I may actually do this tomorrow. Because now that we're like so close to the ending, the temptation to just finish the game is strong. That's kind of how it was. Who needs sleep? I will not let that play again. But yeah. Midnight, go to bed. The temptation to end the game is now. It's tempting, but I won't. I have things that need doings tomorrow. But yes, we will probably... Actually, yeah, we'll probably be wrapping this game up. Because I said that, and then I meant, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we're just gonna beat the game. No! But yeah. There's still a lot more information that is not readily available. The game's not that close to the ending. There's one ending left. But it's not just a, hey, we have information, bada bing bada boom, game end. No. There's a lot more. Yes. I don't, it's midnight. I'll find a raid target. I should at least do you all the courtesy of that. Also, oops, I forgot PC Cap 2 was... Oh, hell yeah. I'm glad you like it. I like it a lot. It's quite... I'm not really seeing anything. Yeah, most of the people that I'm seeing have been live for a while, and I worry that they may be ending streams. But that's fine. We don't have to raid every time. Resume stray music. If it'll play. Oh, there we go.